Surprise! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Portal. Sorry. A little bit too much cake today, apparently. My goodness. What's wrong with me? What can I even say to preface this? Like, what can I add to this? It's Portal. You know the game we're playing. It's Portal. It's Portal. Everybody's played Portal. Everybody in the universe has played Portal. What the hell could I possibly have to add to this? And the answer is nothing. But I still want to review it because, well, honestly, I want to review it for my own sake. I want to see how good it actually is and how much it, holds up. How much this sucker is going to rate compared to everyone else. Everything else. I'm kind of glad that this is happening post-Oblivion line, too. So this will be nice and cohesive. I do have a couple of notes. And those notes are to say thank you very, very much to Shishki, the Gamester LP, Kira White Noise, Unicorn Scotch, Permeus, Delbach, Statum 3, Simthis, Ranzada, Incinerator 327, the person who put this game on the books, which is the Spectacular DJ Gamer, and our two majority shareholders, which are Shikor and Space Pagan. Thank you, all of you, very much for your support and keeping the lights going, keeping the food going. I had a nice sandwich today. It's great. I'm going to have to hit the dentist soon, apparently, because I am suddenly missing a hole in my tooth after this lunch. So that's going to be fun. But it's because of donations like yours. That means I can go to the dentist and hopefully figure out what the hell that is and maybe get it fixed. And just people are like, hey, we're just here to give you money. Stop giving me money. I don't know if I lost a filling or what. I don't have that many fillings. My teeth have been pretty legit most of my life, other than the one that's gone. I'm actually completely missing a molar up here in my upper left. Long story, but when I was having the super death health issues, the really bad health issues, yeah, that's when I lost that one. Had to be taken out. Root canal. Fun. The rotten blood took a day to finish draining out. So anyways, thank you, Dr. Papa Penguin, very much. Thank you, Colin Palusa. I'll put that towards the Stanley Parable. Actually, that's already funded, isn't it? I'll put it towards something. You're welcome, Krensler. Thank you, Nemi, very, very much. I'll put that towards whatever the hell I want to. Evil laughter. And thank you, the Gamester LP, one of the people who funded this run. I will put that towards Republic Commando. You got it, Colin Palissa. That's definitely happening. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's a real game. It's definitely real. It's definitely a real thing. This is definitely a real game. Apparently it is actually a real game. Just came out last year. Okay. I mean, sure. All right. Well, the GameCube version isn't happening, so we're putting that towards the remaster. Actually, I have Valvedrix. I wasn't as impressed by it, but John Delancey is amazing, so... Well, you can see what funded games are, Mortal, because there's actually a list of games that are funded. If you're curious if it's on the list, well, that's a separate page. So there's like a list page, and then there's a queue page. The queue page is what's already been funded. The list page is what is being funded. And I'm not going to tell you specifics because, goddammit, I have a website for a reason. Everyone in the world knows what Portal is. But on the off chance that you don't, Guinevere is going to donate towards Pharaoh Anuera. Thank you. Very much Guinevere, as ever, and as always. I will put that towards Pharaoh A New Era, I believe is on the list. If I ever say funded instead of on the list, that's me screwing up. Funded and in the list are two extremely different things. But I question your statement, because you're like, hey, it's not on the list. So, it's right there. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, $10 is put towards it. It is a 70-hour game, and one person has put money towards it. It's right there. Anyways. So it is on the website. I checked. You know, I fall behind on this sometimes, so I wasn't sure. I knew it was in the spreadsheet, because I remember adding it, because I had to look up how long it was, like, just a couple days ago. God, you people are killing me. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Very, very much. I shouldn't complain. I will most likely have to get some teeth stuff done today. It's probably just a filling, and it probably just needs to be filled. But if it's not, you know, whatever. That's how that works. It's my teeth. I use them every day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 10 each. That's going towards the KOTOR remaster, whenever and whatever that is. KOTOR 2, which is going to be re-added to the list. South Park Stick of Truth, which we never actually reviewed. South Park Fractured Yet Whole, which will be re-added to the list. And could you pick something other than Jedi Knight? Just as a personal request. Something you can pick another Tor thing. Just pick something other than Jedi Knight. Inquisitor. Done. Okay, cool. Thank you again very much, Shadow Machine. Always. Yeah, I am too, Daedalus. I don't know how this one's gonna end up being. I know y'all know this game. Once upon a time, there's this place called Digipen. This place, god damn it, Loke. Loke, the Night Reaper. Ah! Thank you, Loke, for the bits. If you know what you want to put them towards, please let me know. Don Crow is just one. I should just hit stop recording. Jesus Christ. No! Stop! Damn it! Company of Heroes, you got it. Oh my god! Is this a meme? Am I being... Is this haze? Am I being hazed right now? Is that what's going on? Hang on. So that give me a second. So we got Apollo Justice. Someone asked what my favorite type of cake was. I haven't forgotten that question. I just haven't had a chance to answer it yet. Contradiction. Do you have a backup for Ace Attorney Investigations 2, by the way? Because it's a new game, and that's the rule. Excuse me. And then we've got... Oh my god, you're... Wraith. I mean, maybe Lunareth. I mean, it was a crummy freaking game. I hated that freaking game. Like, that game got me angry. Hang on. Grim Fending. Okay, I'll put that as the backup. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get a copy of Ace Attorney Investigations 2, but in case I can't, that's why the backup thing exists. Rayman Legends. And then we've got Sparrow. See the VOD, Mr. Red. See the VOD. All you have to do is watch the last VOD. It'll really summarize everything wrong with that game. Oh my god, it wasn't a good... I'll go ahead and summarize right now. Far Cry New Dawn didn't have a good story, and then we got to the outro. And then it plummeted from like a -6 to like a -13. It was not good. Okay, so hang on. So we got one from Gwai here. I'm going to write all this down before I say my thank yous. I don't want to miss anything in this. Windlord. Hades is funded. Go out here, the Windlord. So if you want to put that towards something else, let me know. Did you know that we have a website? And that website is there, and you could check that website, and it'll be like, yo. I'll think about that later, Don Crow. Because, yeah, that's problematic. And then we got Jesse Ward, which, what do we got here? Those two. Okay. Yeah, did you know I have a website? It's shocking! Yeah, exactly, Maverick. That's a great... It went from a mediocre, silly, fun game, and it was reasonably fun, to... Like, you know how some games get worse towards the latter half of the game? This game just nosedived. It was just the worst. Ugh. Anyways. Fun fact, I don't have my own website bookmarked. I just type in LOR, and it immediately knows what I'm going for. Anyways, so I got a bunch of donations. Thank you, Don Crow, for all of that. I'm putting that towards Persona 5 Strikers, 13 Sentinels, the AI Somnium Files, Apollo Justice, Contradiction, maybe Ace Attorney Investigations 2, otherwise Grim Fandango. Thank you, Wraith, very much. I'll be putting that towards the Alan Wake block. Thank you, Melkor Blade 7, very, very much. Oh my god. I hope I at least sound as genuine as I feel. My tone probably sounds like I'm sarcastic, but it's more like I'm just like, oh my god, what's going on here? Thank you, Melkor Blade. I've put that towards Rayman Legends. Thank you, Baron, as always. I'll put that towards Kirby Superstar Ultra. Gwai here. I need a backup from you. Oh my god, no! Ross, I didn't hear from you. Jesse Ward, I didn't hear from you. And there's Polikas Jalou, which I'm always pronouncing wrong, and I suck, and I'm sorry, but you are awesome. I am very grateful. Thank you. I will put all of those towards, you just said it, Loop Hero is Gwai here. Hang on, let's write that down. Loop Hero. Yes, discontinue enjoying my content immediately. Blue. Dragon Age 2. There it is. Dragon Age 2. Done. And Ross's is going towards Tangled. And Gamester LP. Hang on. The Gamester LP. Thank you. The Gamester LP, very much. That's going towards the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There we go. Yeah, this rate we won't finish Portal today, and this is like a 40-minute game. And then Jesse Ward's is with the Orcs. And then, oh my god, you're killing me! I turned off the donation train thing because I think it's bullcrap and a psychologically manipulative way to try and get people to put money through Twitch. And you're just training me! You are running me over with the train, and Sabin is nowhere to be found! Hang on. So, okay. I'm behind. Gamester LPs was to that, and then I got Jesse Ward's, which is probably Suikoden, but I don't see... Nope, there it is, right there. Suikoden 1. I don't want to assume. Well, I mean, I'm about as buff as Sabin, but I'm in a lot worse shape. I don't have key I can use. And Krenzler is just dropping some stuff. I don't know where Krenzler's even coming with this. Thank you, Krenzler. Very much, as always. You didn't say what you want to put towards those, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to suplex the train. Ugh, there we go. Right on your back. All right. And Colin Peluso is going to put that, which I say thank you for watching my show, Colin Peluso. I don't know why you watch me. It helps, I'll admit. So I will also put that towards Boo. Oh my god, you're killing me. Okay, hang on. Then there's Gamester LP. I was not expecting my Portal run to start like this. I'm going to be completely honest here. More bits from Gamester LP. Thank you very much. I will jot that down for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles again. Krenzler's putting it towards Suikoden 1. I got that. And then, hang on. And then we have Justin. There it is. Thank you for watching my show. Yeah, apparently I just needed to mention the dental work. I wasn't going for pity. It's a true statement. I was just eating lunch and then and now and you put your tongue on it and you can feel the coarseness of it. You're like, and you have to like force yourself to not constantly try to like, because it feels like there's something stuck and it's just your exposed tooth. Towards Diablo 3, Justin. Okay, we're done, right? We're done? That's it? I don't like cake, in answer to the earlier question. That's, I mean, I'm not like anti-cake, but it's more like, cheesecake, absolutely, I love cheesecake. I love cheesecake so much. I'm more of a pie person in general. Cake, so most cake, like I'd say maybe 90, 95, wait, oh my god, Oculus donated in the middle of that? What was Oculus's thing? I don't even see it. I don't even see it! There it is. There was a donation for Oculus. What the hell? Thank you, Oculus, very much. Didn't even see it. God, I'm never going to finish this sentence. I don't know what that is, Gwahir. And that's my answer to that. I've never even heard of it. Well, hang on. Oculus wants me to hit the stream breaks, and that apparently is just what we're doing today, so let's just do that really quick. Okay. Ow! Ow! Yes, I did. I thought I did, because I remember looking at it just the other day and wondering why Tor Trooper was so unfunded. That's why. So yes is the answer to your question. Helltaker is a comedy game. You know what? I'll make a note of it. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll look it up later. Haven't I played Soma? I can't even ask because the only thing I know about it, if that's the game I'm thinking of, is a massive spoiler. Thank you, Larian, very much, as always. If you know what you want to put that towards, please stop subbing! It's been 16 minutes. I'm going to have to subtract this from the game's time, which is fine. I do that anyways, but I take notes. Thank you, Dr. Winter, very much. I'll put that towards fixing my tooth. And also whatever you want to put it towards. %95 of the cakes I've ever had in my life are, like, think of this, right? Here's the total mass of the cake. About this chunk of the cake is dry, spongy bread, which is mostly tasteless. And then on top you have some frosting, and occasionally on the outside you have frosting. And that's just not something I'm into. Because the only thing in there that actually has any flavor is the frosting. And it's like, it's basically padding. It's padding for dessert, is what that is. Now, I'm sure there is such a thing as a good cake. After all, I've had suicide pie before, and I know that's called pie, but, you know, whatever. But the point being, cakes sucked. Cakes are garbage. There's no such thing as good cakes. Alright, now then. Now that I've laid down some truth, hashtag truth, I'm sure there is such a thing. I mean, there is also the last 5%, which has been, you know, better, but... Well, cheesecakes are... I already said cheesecakes. Cheesecakes are one of my favorite desserts in general. Okay, Larian's is going towards The Expanse. Bragwin's is going towards stabbing me in the face. What do we got? That's this much towards the extant. You got it. Thank you, Bragwin. Very much, always. And there was another one in there, Dr. Winter, which put it towards... thank you, Dr. Winter, very, very much. And I will put that towards dramatic pause. Super dramatic. Right to hell, there it is. Right to hell, retribution. There it is. I knew it was there. Yeah, I would appreciate a cake if it had a little more buttery, salty flavor to it and less just raw sugar. Like, some cakes I've had just literally taste like you're having sugar cubes, which I'm not into. Like, I love sugar plenty good. I have a hell of a sweet tooth, but, like, you gotta use it, right? It's a tool. You gotta do something with it. Anyways, now Red Velvet is different. I mentioned that 5%. Red Velvet is legit. I love Red Velvet. But I also love Red Velvet cheesecake and Red Velvet cupcake and Red Velvet everything. Cinnamon buns are fantastic. I love cinnamon buns. And all of that, you're welcome, vendors. All of that is why this game sucks. No, okay. So, rewind a minute. Everybody knows this game, but I'm still going to drop some stuff on you. 20 minutes. I need to make that note. We're 20 minutes in here. No, Suicide Pie is 7 different types and styles of chocolate combined into one tall cake-looking thing. It's really good. I don't think they make it anymore. It was a place in Reno that did that. It was really good. It was a company, group, game. There was a game, I'm kind of right now, that was made called Narbacular Drop. Narbacular Drop was made by some students at the always awful DigiPen. They had put this together mostly as just kind of a, it was one of their projects, and it was actually really, really similar to Portal and an entirely functional concept. It was, in many ways, a fully fleshed out game. I'm going to ignore Baron for a moment. But then, this dude named Robin Walker, who was an employee at Valve, one of the developers, who would make regular visits to the fairs they would hold at DigiPen, saw the game, played it, and said, all right, and brought them in for an interview. And he brought them in front of Gabe, along with some of the other upper brass at Half-Life staff, or not Half-Life staff, sorry, at Valve's staff, and said, hey, show off your game. By every account I've read, they were hired in that meeting. It was just like, you're hired, you're working, let's go. Now, what's interesting about this is I completely am in favor of everything about this process except for the DigiPen part. And that's just because DigiPen sucks. This is the kind of thing I kind of wish more large-scale gaming companies would do, to be completely honest with you. Because let's be honest, Portal is not a long game. At the longest, it's a 2-hour game. If you're absolutely terrible, it's 4 hours. I've never seen anyone take longer than 3 hours, but you get my point, right? It is a very short game. But it's also very experimental, very dense, and very tightly crafted. Made by 10 people over the course of about 2 years and 4 months. This is the kind of thing I would love to see more of in the gaming industry in general. I would love to see gaming companies not being evil, but let's assume in some magic scenario that, Ubisoft and 2K Games and Actiblizzard aren't evil garbage dens of evil, and let's assume for a moment that Actiblizzard just was like, hey, Bob and Bobette and Bobberina, you three have put together this random, throw together thing for whatever, and that random idea, it's a cool idea. It's a cool concept game. I have a term for these. I call these concept games. Because a concept game doesn't necessarily have to have a lot of weight or depth to it. It just has to be interesting. We're playing with something. What if you had a game where you could detect the final thoughts of the dead in a proximity to yourself? Go. That's a concept game, right? Just right off the top of the head, right? And so I'm just ignoring all of them. Have a good day at work, Gamester LP. Do the best you can. I swear I'm pulling for you. Doesn't mean anything because I'm worthless, but I swear. And I will put that towards Great Ace Attorney as well. I do feel kind of like a Witcher sometimes. See you around, Baron. So I wish more companies did this kind of concept, because this is exactly what they did. In fact, they didn't even bring them in to make a Half-Life game, which is what ended up happening. The team said, well, in order to streamline the process, let's go ahead and put this in the Half-Life setting. And that way they could reuse some assets and reuse some, mostly sound assets and texture assets, stuff like that, in order to make the production cycle a little bit smoother and a little bit better, right? A little less work on that, and now we've got a little bit of a tangential attachment. And Portal and Portal 2 are connected to Half-Life, Half-Life 2, but in that kind of, they happen to exist in the same setting kind of a way, not in any way that really matters, right? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, because there's plenty of room for telling different stories in a setting, right? That's how that works. I mean, it's true, Asnus. It is actually true. There is still a comment on my archives page, which is still the second highest comment on there. And every time I go to check my comments, I see that comment. And my morale just dips another 3 points every time. I say, can I get like 30 people? No, don't actually do that. I want to delete the comment, but I can't do that because I'm not evil. So they decided to attach it to the Half-Life setting. And they're like, okay, we're going to do this. But what's really funny, part of the reason the game took so long is because one of the things that Valve used to be really big on is playtesting. Now, this is the kind of thing any really good game developer is good about. Most of the core Nintendo team is a good example of this. Blizzard back in the day is a good example of this. And of course, Valve back in the day is a good example. They playtest, and then they playtest, and then they playtest, and then they playtest. And they just refine everything down to as good as they possibly can by constant iteration to see as what they do is there's a concept, I can't remember what this is called when it comes to playtesting, but it's when you try to throw the net as wide as possible. You want to get as many different type of players as possible because everyone's going to react to stimuli differently. Some people will see something and be like, oh, I just do this. Some people will notice something different than another person will, right? Right? It's just a huge spread. It's a huge like array of how many different people are going to react to your game differently. And Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Portal 1, and Portal 2 were all play tested to hell and back. I'm talking like, and this is actually a real fact we'll be talking about probably tomorrow when we start Portal 2. There were some times where players would pay a little bit too much attention to, like, for example, a specific part of the wall, wondering, oh, I wonder if that is something. And they would go through and they would change the textures and change the object on the wall to make it very clear that there's nothing there so that players wouldn't get distracted by that particular chunk of wall. That's a real story. You can look that up. That is how much playtesting they put through this thing. So anyway, sorry. So let me share two little anecdotes about the playtesting of this game in particular. Number one, originally the game was a lot more Half-Life-y. Some of you know that one of the things we tend to give games positives for, usually in the narrative axis, is doodads. So doodads is all those little things that aren't actually necessary to the game's presence. It's there to add texture and flavor. Now, on the screen right now, we have very little doodads, which is the anecdote I'm building up to here. But my point is, they used to have the usual Half-Life standard doodads, which is a whole bunch and very well designed. But the problem was an enormous number of the playtesters were constantly trying to use the terrain and use the doodads and the truck and the little bit of thing, and the can and all that to solve the puzzles. And they didn't want them to. So they came up with the compromise of coming up with a deliberately blank slate looking texture style to prevent people from thinking there's anything else to use. So we have these blank slate walls and these blank slate ground and this white, like almost 70s sci-fi thing. Yeah, the clinical thing, exactly. They've got this sort of look to it, which is supposed to look barren, which is supposed to look empty, because that's the whole point. Because the mind of most players, when they look at that screen, will immediately say, well, there's like three things I can interact with, because everything else looks the same and empty, devoid. This is fascinating to me as a game designer. Not that I design games, but I've been studying game design for like a decade, so I at least say that, I think, right? Right? I've got the band, right? Do I have the badge? So, I don't have the badge. I know. So the point is, because doodad utilization is a tool like anything else, but it's very, very, very hard to use properly. It's also something it's one of the reasons it's such a universal positive I give to games when they do it right, because there needs to be good doodad design. Otherwise, a game looks blank, empty, devoid, right? It looks like something that isn't good. Even if you don't consciously realize it, if you play a game that is devoid proper doodad design, you will notice it. One of these days I need to actually set up an image and just have it ready to go anytime I want to reference it, because I've seen level designs that are before and after pictures of the exact same level, and it's night and day, because there's just the core level design, and then there's the level once they've added doodads. Nothing has changed gameplay-wise, but it looks so different. So being able to design a game that manages this kind of visual style, that doesn't look boring, that doesn't look off in a way that detracts from the enjoyment of the game, that is hard as hell to pull off. Part of the way they do that is because they still have little tidbits. You see that stain over there in the corner? You see how each tiling of the walls is not exactly the same? You see how they use the lighting to try and draw your attention to specific things, to change how it looks just a little bit? There are other examples of these we'll be showing as we go throughout the game, but they do a good job of making the empty look not empty. Whew. Thank you, Time Lord Luke, very much. Always appreciate. I will put that towards Crusader Kings 3. Back to donations. God dang it. Oh, absolutely, Jesse Ward. Absolutely. The example I like to use the most often is Super Mario Bros. 1, which doesn't exactly have a lot of doodads, but it does have some. And it's all you have to do is picture Super Mario Bros. 1 minus everything. You know, minus the blocks, minus the cloud, minus the blue sky, minus the little bushes in the front row. Just eject all of it. And what you're going to have left is something that looks blank. And even if you don't, again, because not everyone notices doodads, but even if you don't consciously notice this, you'll be like, what's this? Thank you, Baron. Again, I will jot that down for Kirby, which was up here. There it is. And thank you, by the way, Gamester LP. I know you're gone, but I wanted to thank you anyways. And I just got a donation from Linnea because she's awesome. But I don't have any cake lies. Wait, I've got a cake lie. Cake is good. Thank you, Linnea Ruth. Always. I'll put that towards Star Wars Squadrons. Thank you, ma'am. Second anecdote. So, playtesting, right? They're playtesting and they're playtesting. And they get to this point, and this is fascinating. And I just want to say, nothing has ever made me feel more vindicated than this anecdote I'm about to share with you, with regards to game design. So I just had a whole thing talking about doodads, and how even something that is relatively absent story, like Mega Man X1 or Super Mario Bros. 1, would be made worse by the removal of doodads, right? But hang on. Why is that? Can anyone answer? I'm actually curious, because we've talked about this before. I'm not sure I'm going to get cake anytime soon, because, you know, tooth. I'm going to get my tooth looked out. That's something I'm going to do. Now I'm nervous. Can anyone tell me, get the answer I'm looking for? Because I'm looking for a specific answer. Environmental storytelling is a correct answer. It's not actually the word I was going for, but that is correct. Context is what I was actually going for. What you have when you see those blocks, when you see a mushroom instead of a square, when you see the enemy truck, or the allied trucks fleeing, when you see the city in the background, when you see, you know, there's this bit where you're climbing up a wall and they're going, it gives you context. It adds context to what you're doing. This is one of the reasons, and this is so important to me, because I've heard people, even people I would consider intelligent and reasoned people, who would argue that games like, for example, Mega Man X1 have no story or should have no story. I disagree with both of those sentences. And the reason why is because story doesn't have to be some big drama, mythos, theatrical, Shakespearean thing, right? It could just be context. It gives you something that allows you to understand why you're going from left to right. Something that's fun is fun. But unless you have a reason to do it, most players, not all, but most players kind of go, context is exactly why I personally don't get into true sandbox games. I'm not talking about Grand Theft Auto. No, that's not a sandbox game. I'm talking about real sandbox games. Games where you're dropped into it. That's it. That's all the direction you're given, and you can run around, and it's a sandbox, right? Now, those games have their place and purpose, and there are people that enjoy that, and that's fine. No judgment, no nothing. But my reason for bringing that up is because those are games that are absent context. Most other gamers, most other players need some kind of context for why they're doing something. And this is why I say I feel so vindicated, because in all the playtests they did of Portal 1, once it was nearing completed status, and by that I mean close to a year before it was done, all the players were like, well, that was fun and all, but what was the point? Or, where's like, what's this leading towards? Why are we doing all these tests? And people just kept constantly adding these questions to the developers. The developers are like, that's a good question. We were just trying to make a puzzle game. This is when they actually started really tying it into the Half-Life universe and started adding more to do with GLaDOS, as well as made the entire latter half of the game. It's actually about 30 or so minutes of the game, so I guess it's not half the game, but a decent chunk of this game, a decent percentage of this game, is spent outside of the tests, and that was added because so many players were asking, what's the context? And it's so true, right? Like, I mean, that would be exactly my thought. I was like, well, that was fun, but what was the point? Why was I doing that? Without that extra layer, it's just less interesting to me. Now, Melkor, hang on, not Melkor, who said that? Someone in chat said that. Oh, it is Melkor. Melkor said you can make your own context in sandbox games. And you're right, that's exactly the point of a sandbox game. It gives you tools you make your own, right? That's the whole point. I'm just not into that personally. And a lot of players do like a game. Maybe they don't necessarily have to have a game, but they do enjoy a game that has context. Hi, Mag. We're not quite there yet, but hi. Okay, so with all that said, there's one last person we have to talk about. It's the last thing I'm going to talk about from the behind-the-scenes perspective, I swear, and that is Ellen McLean. I hope I'm pronouncing her name even close to correct. This is funny to me. Well, okay, hang on. Ventures asks a valid question. So let me reiterate what I said earlier. Some people say that games don't need or shouldn't have story. I'm saying that wrong. Some people say that games don't need or shouldn't have story, and I disagree with both of that. Let me phrase that slightly differently. I don't think any game needs story, requires story, has to have story. However, I do think every game, even a puzzle game, would be added to and uplifted by the inclusion of a good story. And I do emphasize the good part, because a bad story will drag it down just as much as a good story will pull it up. We just saw this with Far Cry New Dawn, so point positive. Exactly, that's what MatPat's for, Imperial Star Destroyer. So in answer to your question, Ventures, I absolutely do not think that puzzle games need a story. But I absolutely think that puzzle games could, possibly even should, that's a bit too harsh. We'll go with would be benefited by having a good story attached to them. And I have proof positive for that because we're playing Portal. Now, Ellen McLean, getting back to that. This is actually funny. She was brought on board as a voice actress. She doesn't have a huge cast listing. She hasn't done that much. She's really good at what she does, though. She was brought on board for Half-Life 2. And she was working on that. She was the voice of the Overwatch, the voice on the mic that some of you may or may not remember. If you can picture Half-Life 2 in your head right now. Whenever the female voice says, there's enemies in this area. This person has been neutralized. That's her. That was her first video game gig right there. She'd done some acting work before that, but that was her first tip. And then they happened to be like, hey, could you come in and do some lines for this? And she was like, sure, because they wanted that sort of professional... No, I do not mean Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 was after this. Pretty sure. I will double check that. Hang on. I mean, I was just looking this up like 30 minutes ago, but... Nope, I'm right. Half-Life 2, 2004. Team Fortress 2, 2007. I'm right. So, she was the voice of the Overlord. And they wanted a voice that sounded like that kind of sort of blankish kind of voice. They wanted something to be just kind of bland-ish, for lack of a better way to put it. But they wanted a voice that didn't sound actually bland. I usually mentally think of this as the Homeworld standard. There's a way to sound professional without sounding boring, and it's actually harder to do than it sounds from a voice acting perspective. But they wanted her. Yeah, they wanted Siri. That's a good way to put that. And she does a good job of that, so they brought her in for this. Remember, they didn't actually have the second part of the game when they were first bringing her in for this. So she was just being the voice of the testing program, and that's it. This is one of those funny, interesting coincidences, because once they actually decided to add the latter chunk of the game on, add that context, well, they needed to actually add a story for that. They needed to explain why we're going behind the scenes and why we're trying to avoid the puzzle. Well, then we need some kind of moving force, narratively speaking. And the most obvious and easiest moving force is a villain, someone to overcome, someone to be an obstacle that you need to move around. So they turned her into the villain. And she nailed it. Now, this is, again, one of those wonderful coincidences, because I actually looked this up just now, just to verify. Thank you, Bragwin, for making me check that. Her role in Half-Life 2 was not just one of her first roles. It was her very first role as an actress. And her second role was GLaDOS. This is her second acting role ever. And yet she nailed it so hard that they brought her back for quite a few things. In fact, most of her video game voice acting thing is for, Valve games, because they're like, oh, God, please come back and do more stuff. So, funny to think about. Thank you, Fuzzy Duck, as always. I'll put that towards Portal 3, which I would in a heartbeat if it existed. But like Half-Life 3, it'll never happen. Thank you. Yeah, no, GLaDOS is well written, well acted, and I cannot believe. I mean, I can believe that because I've heard some of you all in some of your first voice acting jobs for the theater, and I've heard some damn good voice acting, so I can believe it. Yeah, she was Gypsy Danger in Pacific Rim, which, if you look at the timelines, you notice that's 2013 is when that came out. Guess why they wanted her to voice Gypsy Danger? Okay, I think it's all the behind-the-scenes stuff I wanted to share. I could talk about the orange box. The orange box was kind of a financial trickery. That's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. The orange box was an experiment. That's a better word. They wanted to try and test the waters and see if something like the orange box would work. It did, but not for the reasons they thought. This was back when they were really plugging Half-Life 2 and were on full tilt to do Half-Life 2 Episode 1, 2, and 3, and they were already working on Half-Life 3. You remember that? You remember back when that was true? Oh, wow, that feels like a long time ago, probably because it was over a decade ago. But the point is, they threw in Portal. Guess which one has had the most lasting impact and the most critical acclaim? All right. So before I even go any further, I'm already going to jot down a couple story positives. One for the visual storytelling thing I just gushed about. One for Ellen McLean. I've actually beaten this game about 4 times without speedrunning. I made about 20 or 30 attempts at speedrunning this game. And then I saw what actual speedrunners do in this game. And then I quit. So let's just start a new game. We could do the developer commentary, but we'll see. Damn it, Shodan, get out of here.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center. We hope your brief detention in the relaxation vault has been a pleasant one. Your specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the test proper. Before we start, however, keep in mind that although fun and learning are the primary goals of all Enrichment Center activities, serious injuries may occur. For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from stand back. The portal will open in 3, 2, 1.
There's us. Chell, never named in this game. However, someone just decided to interrupt my stream again. How could you, Savacom? Why would you do this to me? Okay, I just got to show this. Savacom's actual donation comment, this is not me making this up, is, and you thought you could just play Portal in peace now? Thank you, Savacom, as always. Much appreciated. I will put that towards the LTTP randomizer. Thank you. Not only have I played Black Mesa, I've streamed it. It's a damn good game. I was surprised by how good it was, actually. I had like 2 complaints about that game. So the reason for those things is that is how there's no falling damage in this game. This is one of those lovely situations where they didn't want falling damage in the game because they wanted to do certain things with regards to how the physics work and how the puzzles work, and they didn't want to limit themselves by, you can only go so far before you die. So they did that, and some of the playtesters said, why are we taking no falling damage? So they added those frickin' leg brackets to explain the lack of falling damage. Also, I hate to gush about this game already, But notice how the first thing we see, like, okay, so they lock us into a room. There's very little we can do here except get used to moving around. And if we happen to know the E button works, we can figure out the E button. That's it, right? This is actually surprisingly good tutorialization in game design, because what this does is this forces us to think about how we move and interact with the world without allowing us to do too much. Then this happens. This is brilliant. The position of this portal is fantastic. What we see is us because that portal leads right there. So immediately, and without any tutorialization, without any pop-up, without pausing the game, without having some dude highlight the text, we immediately understand how the portals work because we can see it right there. We can see ourselves, and even if we don't realize that's us, even a cursory interaction will show, oh, that's me moving. And now we know how portals work. I'm just going to jot down tutorialization gameplay positive right now because this game is brilliantly constructed. This is going to be a short game, and I'm curious how it's going to score. Anybody want to get in your guesses right now? In fact, you know what? Let's do something fun. Let's do something fun. Hang on. I want anybody who is interested in participating in a stupid, fun little game to guess how many, what the golden number is going to be. Okay, give me just a moment here. Give me just a second. Give me one sec. No, don't say it in chat. Don't say it in chat. I'm going to throw up just a random spreadsheet here, and I'm going to open it up for editing, okay? No. Here we go. Anybody with link can edit. There we go. Done. Then we'll grab a link here. Sorry, I kind of have to look around my mic to see some of this stuff here. Well, that's bloody tough, Mr. Ed, because that doesn't frickin' count, does it? If you want to put your username and your guess there, just like, here, I'll throw up some columns. Your username. Try not to override each other. Reconsider it, yada yada. Whoops. Well, whatever. There you go. You get it. You get the idea, right? And guess what you think the gold number is going to be. Whoever's closest, I'm just going to put $5 of interest towards whatever you want. Now, people are saying, well, how do we guess the golden numbers? Well, did you know that that sheet is actually available for viewing? So rather than just telling you some numbers, here is the golden number spreadsheet right here. And so you can actually just look right there and see what kind of games rate how and why. But I will give you the generic numbers right now. 40 is a generically good game. 80 is a very good game. 100 plus is an exceptionally good game. 200 plus is an absolute masterpiece. We have very little that goes that much over 200. Anything in the negatives is bad, but let's be honest, Portal's not going to be a negative, so that's whatever. So, now I'm going to go ahead and get back over to this. Feel free to take your time on guessing. Thank you, everyone, for being considerate with each other and not overriding each other. If you want to put it in different columns, you can do that too. Here, we'll go ahead and kind of like be like this. Just kind of copy this out a couple of times so people have more room to do guesses. Should have let me edit it. There we go. There we go. Do that. Just kind of do this. Kind of do this whole thing. Just a little bit of quick formatting. Nothing super fancy. There we go. Yes, you're guessing what the golden number is going to be for Portal. I don't know. That's not how that works. I don't decide that thing in advance. There we go. Get some more formatting going on here. There we go. And a little bit of this here. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. You have to put it in the sheet. If you put it in the chat, it doesn't count. You can change the colors, yes. So, we now know how portals work immediately. If you're paying attention, there are actually 2 bits of that wonderfully important context, if that wonderfully important story right off the bat. You ready for this? Oh, and if you're on mobile, just ask someone else in chat to put it in for you. I'm sure we have plenty of awesome people who will help you out with that. So, here we are. What do we see over there? 2 things. First thing we see is a camera, which is following us. Even a cursory examination proves that this camera is following us. Second thing, an office room with obviously no one in it. Bam! Right off the bat, we already have most of the general premise of the story right there. We're being watched, but not by people. Look at how efficiently it gets across that point in the first room. There's also other questions which are prompted and answered immediately. So I'm going to angle the camera very specifically here. So we've got this whole glass cage with this light, and it's like, one of the first questions you have is, why is this, how did you get this in here? How could you get this into this random enclosed room? I mean, this is just this big, obvious room. If I have to answer that question, Chemic, I apparently have failed as a human being to you. So what the hell? But if you check it out, there's your answer. If you happen to look down, you see there is clearly some kind of infrastructure, cables, and what is clearly hydraulic pipes. And so now, again, immediately and without anything, we now understand this place is modular. There's something down there that enables them, I should say, to move bits and pieces around. We were probably lifted up into this room through that. And all of this is done with this tiny room. Then we got these things. We'll point out these as we go, but this is test 0. Obviously, we can see there's 19 tests here. Obviously, we have two things indicated here. There's a box coming out of a pipe, because this is Mario Brothers, and a box can hit someone in the face. So that's good to know. Now we're locked in. No, really. There is nothing else we can do except for being in here. Another empty thing. Yeah, I don't like the music. Another thing. This is where it flat out says the E button is how you pick it up. So far we've had 2 tutorials in terms of text. Everything else has just been in the game. And this is, I know this is so basic, but I have to gush about how well designed this is. This is a seemingly empty room, but it's not empty. There's a lot of context here. Big red button. On the button is an icon saying the icon for the box, which is right there, and the down arrow. It's got some clear stuff under it because, you know, we've got an indication that it's there. There's a little frickin' line leading to the X, which is right next to the door, which is the same color. We can pick something up with E. That prompt doesn't go away until we pick something up, and then we have that.
Excellent. Please proceed into the chamber lock after completing each test.
Now,
First, however, note the incandescent particle field across the exit. This aperture science material emancipation grill will vaporize any unauthorized equipment that passes through it. For instance, the aperture science weighted storage cube.
So, the reason I'm gushing so much about this is exactly the... How do I phrase this? This is brilliant game design, because there's only really 2 mechanics in this game. I mean, in terms of other than just being able to run around and that you know, and getting across. I'm trying to think how to explain this. One of the things that this game does so well is it has such an incredibly mundane concept. Mundane's the wrong word. It's such an incredibly simple concept. Portals, picking stuff up. That's kind of it. That's our toolkit. We have an extremely small kit in this game. But what they do is they think, okay, well, how can we work with that? How can we move with that? How can we change that? And what happens is each of these upcoming tests is going to add layers upon layers upon layers to that. One of the things that I talk about a lot when it comes to good game design, usually with strategy games specifically, is early game, mid game, late game. The way you design a good early game and mid game, I'm not going to go through the whole speech, so here's the summary. The way you design an good early game and a mid game is you have to have a simple yet complex series of things you can do. You should have a large, a very well constructed kit of what you can do, and then the mid game naturally grows from that because of the inherent complexity of how you apply those relatively simple tools. Ordering a unit around, pulling up a city, building a building, right? Or researching tech or whatever. And then you slowly slowly develop that. And that's exactly what this game does. This might be one of the only games I can think of that isn't a strategy game that actually has a legitimately complex and fascinating early game, mid game concept. Notice, by the way, there's also a warning to say, hey, if that falls on you, it's going to hurt you. Not that we even have that, but you know. Oh, I gave that away to Goodwill like 6-7 years ago, Random Heroes. It's been gone for a while. And then there's that concept, of course, which is there to prevent us from cheating. There are, of course, ways to cheat through that. Let's not get into that. It was a good shirt. Got a little small in the upper chest area. We're now in 01. Okay, well, what do we got? So we've got these glass platforms that allow us to... Do you have to play the music? We've got these glass platforms.
Please place the weighted storage cube on the 1500 megawatt Aperture Science Heavy Duty Super Colliding Super Button.
So there's the tone of the game right there. It should be mentioned that most of these can be completed in less than a few seconds. We're not going to be going to because that's not the point. I just thought I'd point it out. But you note how the game goes out of its way to iterate just a little bit each time one of these things shows up. This is going to be here. So, we've understood that portals work.
Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test.
Oh, there we go. So, we understand what portals are, we understand what buttons are, we understand what the cubes are. Now we have to deal with slightly rotating portals. This is all, again, very simple. Yeah, considering Aperture, it wouldn't surprise me if it's made out of something I don't want to know about, Rex. We'll talk more about the lore of this game probably in 2, which will most likely be starting tomorrow. Oh, don't worry, we'll address it briefly here, but the lore is more relevant to 2 than it is to 1. Screw those lemonades. Screw those lemons, am I right? Alright.
You're doing very well. Please be advised that a noticeable taste of blood is not part of any test protocol, but is an unintended side effect of the Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grip, which may, in semi-rare cases, emancipate dental fillings, crowns, tooth enamel, and teeth.
So the tone is already starting to get the, huh, kind of feel along. And most players that I've seen who played this the first time, including myself, I might add, this is actually just a little bit too loud on the sound design. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Just a bit. It's kind of down to there. And I do want to go down to there. That should help a little bit. And don't do that. There we go. Most players, when they hear this, have one of two reactions that I've seen usually. Feel free to throw one in if you want to. They either think, oh, that's funny, and they treat it like a joke, or they go, oh my god, that's horrifying, and they treat it like a horror game. Which I only mention because it's interesting to think about, since this is both a joke and a horror game. Just interesting to think about. So there's
Very good.
one.
You are now in possession of the Aperture Science handheld portal device. With it, you can create your own portals. These intradimensional gates have proven to be completely safe. The device, however, has not. Do not touch the operational end of the device. Do not look directly at the operational end of the device. Do not submerge the device in liquid, even partially. Most importantly, under no circumstances should you...
Oh, I bet, Malachar.
To ensure the safe performance of all authorized activities, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
So, I still remember pretty distinctly the first time I played this game. It was a trip, to say the least. I was actually playing a friend's copy, because this was in the I wasn't doing super well part of my life. Right before I got the networking job, I do believe. Or right Yeah, no, right before. I'm pretty sure right before. And I was like, oh, cool. I'm pretty sure Geralt wouldn't like all these portals now. So you notice how once again they have iterated. I hate to keep repeating myself, but each stage has been doing the same general concept. Okay, this is what a portal is. Okay, this is what a moving portal is. Okay, you now have control of half of the portal. And any player, and I've seen a lot of people do this, do exactly what I was doing earlier. Do note that in lore this means that all of these walls and floors here are all laced with moon rock, so that's fun to think about. Anyways. Actually, we got one earlier, Chemic, but yes, you are correct. And so now we can kind of experiment with it. And you'll notice that they give us a seemingly simple, but actually a reasonably large amount of geometry to work with. Which I know sounds like a strange thing to comment on, but what I mean by that is there's a lot of different angles and a lot of different things we can do to do things like that, for example. And just kind of play with it. That is the whole purpose of this level. There's no actual puzzle to this level, even to the extent that there was in the tutorial levels. This is, here's the gun, have fun with half of it. We'll have a similar thing when we get the other half later. Oh, I should have grabbed the radio. Oh, well. I'll do it next time. Oh yeah, I think this game looks good now. I mean, I think Half-Life 2 looks good now, so that's whatever.
Please proceed to the chamber lock. Mind the gap.
So, now we have the gun. Now we have to figure out how to get over there. To my knowledge, there's like 5 different ways to get over there. From the banal, you know, like that, to trying to play with it a little bit. And I actually don't know any off the top of the head, but there are multiple ways to get over here. By the way, that's a bit of a trend. A lot of puzzles in this game have a lot of ways that you can get through them. Speaking of which, so I don't have a radio, but what I do have...
Remember, the Aperture Science Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is the perfect time to have her tested.
Hate this song. Tested for what? What are you talking about? Testing is the point, as we will find out. Horrifyingly the point. Like, again, it's kind of a joke, but no, it's really horrifying. Oh my.
Welcome to Test Chamber 4. You're doing quite well. Once again, excellent work. As part of our required test protocol, we will not monitor the next test chamber. You will be entirely on your own. Good luck.
Believe it or not, this hallway here serves a very important purpose. Can you guess what it is before I tell you? Of course you can. It's this. It's not moon rock. Can't put portals on it. God, I love how they do this game. I know I've talked a lot about how Super Mario World is one of the best tutorialized games ever. The other game I always consider, which I should mention more often, as being the other best tutorialized game ever, is this one. This game is astonishingly well designed in terms of tutorialization. So there's going to be a block trauma problem here.
For your own safety, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
Yeah, by the way, did you catch that, right? You will not be monitored in this room. However, A, the camera's right there, and B, if you destroy it, she complains about it, because she noticed you doing it. Now, again, that sounds like a joke or a cheat, but again, it really helps emphasize the point. By the way, on the off chance that you haven't noticed that there's nobody in those offices, I know it's kind of hard to tell, especially on stream, but there's a chair right there. A chair that's empty facing us. Very clearly of the someone should be sitting here observing this test variety. Nobody there. And yeah, this is probably about the point at which... So one of the things they do with this game narratively is they do the same kind of thing they're doing gameplay-wise. They start with something simple, but then they build and they build and they build until you realize how much depth there actually is here. As we're going through, the game is going to reiterate this point, and most players, again, going back to that playtesting thing, sometime before about level 12 or so, but it's always variable when in that branch they did, but usually within that band is about when most players go through the exact same realization. I'm curious if you remember when you first went through this realization. What's going on here? Now, how you phrased it is probably different depending on you, but it's the same general concept. It's the moment at which you stop just playing the game and start thinking about the game and going, hold on. What? And but they're talking, and that's Now, some games like to do that as, I'm saying that wrong. Some games do that, and it's because of bad writing. See Far Cry New Dawn, for an example of that. But some games do that, and it's part of the writing. It is something they're deliberately wanting you to question. They want you to, at some point, pause and think, what is going on here? No, right, Melkor Blade? One of the things I love about these kind of physicsy puzzles, I praised Breath of the Wild for this as well, is there's actually a lot of solutions for almost every one of these, even for the relatively simple ones.
As part of a required test protocol, our previous statement suggesting that we would not monitor this chamber was an outright fabrication. Good job. As part of a required test protocol, we will stop enhancing the truth in 3, 2,
I can actually point to the exact moment that I started questioning that. To my dismay, I'm not there yet. Oh, and thank you, Krenzler. Sorry, I don't know if I said it. I remember thinking it. Thank you, Krenzler. If you give me a moment. I'll jot that down. Towards Suikoden 1. You filthy animal. Yeah, one of my favorite horror stories of all time, it's actually 2 horror stories. I'm sure you've heard it before. There was the last man alive on Earth. There was a lock on the door. Or, there was the last man alive on Earth. There was a knock at the door. That approach, that style, that concept of horror is what Portal 1 is all about. Because it's all about the questions. Here's the information you have, but the information is designed to prompt the question. The information is designed to make you go, wait.
While safety is one of many Enrichment Center goals, the Aperture Science high-energy pellet seen to the left of the chamber can and has caused permanent disabilities such as vaporization. Please be careful.
More of the behind-the-scenes kind of thing you can see a little bit of there. By the way,
you.
Subject name here.
Must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
So, real quick, I mentioned playtesting to death. Notice how, even though I mentioned the no doodads thing, there are actually still doodads here. God, I love this freaking game. Oh, it's not there anymore. Okay, so, before I solved the puzzle, there was a red, orange actually, dot, like right about there-ish. It's to indicate that's the spot where you should put it. Now, you could just eyeball it. You could just say, okay, well here, you know, and then just line it up and go boom, and then you can be good with it. But it was there because they found that some players were having trouble, like they'd figured out the puzzle, they were just having trouble aiming it at the right spot. So they're like, you know what, sure. And they just so, for those of you who don't understand how lighting works in game design, no lighting happens accidentally in game design. Because lighting is extremely unnatural when it comes to games. I know that sounds like a weird sentence, but like if you don't manually or artificially apply lighting, the game won't. And so just about every light source and how it's applied in a game is something someone has designed at some point. There's an enormous amount of stuff that goes into lighting design in games. Another reason I tend to be so positive about it when they do it well. My point for bringing that up, the innate orange glow coming out of this is not enough to make that orange dot happen. Most likely, they had to actually... I don't actually know, so I shouldn't say this. But, like, one of the things that I would do in a situation like this is I would put an invisible object with a small orange glow going up about 5 feet, and then I would place that at the appropriate spot just below the ceiling, and that would generate the light. That's the light source, and that's why it's there, right? Now, I don't know how they actually did it. I'm pretty sure they talk about it in the director's commentary because the director's commentary for this game is legit. I highly recommend it if you haven't already gone through it. It's just playing through the game, except you hear the director's commentary on each level. It's really good stuff. But either way, they definitely did something to make that light show up there, so you would have an idea of where to put the darn thing. Hold on a second. Whatever. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, Nexus of Concordia. I forget what I was working on once. It was just a 3D render project for something. This was a while ago. And I was like, I just need the lighting to look like this. So I'm like, I'll just add a light over here. And what I had was, so I was highlighting a globe. It was like an Earth-like thing. It was supposed to be a planet. And so I was like, all right, lighting is supposed to be here. So I'll just make like a sun over here, and I'll just light this up here off camera. And what I had was this small spot on the globe that was lit. And I was just like, wait, what? What I ended up doing to light it properly was I ended up adding something like 20 different light sources all around the globe. And like, I just had these ones be substantially brighter and these ones be substantially darker to make it look like there was a sun going from there. And that's how I ended up doing that. Now, again, that was a while ago. I'm sure lighting design has gotten more complex since then. But I've never forgotten that because it was the first time that really clicked with me how lighting design works in games.
Warning devices are required on all mobile equipment. However, alarms and flashing hazard lights have been found to agitate a high-energy pellet and have therefore been disabled for your safety.
Now, another thing they could do, and they do, is that. That's where it's going to pop, so that's where you put it.
Good. Now use the Aperture Science unstationary scaffold to reach the chamber lock.
Oops. By the way, because this is Source Engine, a lot of the solutions you can do for these puzzles are absolutely bomb jumping. There is so much bomb jumping you can do in Portal, it's actually crazy. Someone earlier mentioned that watching Portal speedruns is not very fun. I actually agree with that. Because some of the Portal speedruns are just so much nonsense and movement that you actually can't enjoy what's going on. It's just... and you're done. Okay. What? So,
Please note that we have added a consequence for failure. Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck.
and that is the exact moment I started doing the questioning thing I talked about earlier. This is the room where I was like, wait, what? And obviously, that's what happens if you die. Or if you fall in. So, this is as good a time as any to start codifying all of the positives. So, give me a second here. I'm giving this game 3 positives for tutorialization. Just like Super Mario World, this is one of the best tutorialized games I've ever seen. We're not actually at the end of the intro yet. We'll judge that in a second. Bingo, Chemic. I believe you, internal system error. But I stand by my statement. You'll never stop me from giving positives to this game. After all, I mean, how can I not give positives with Cat here? It's okay, Cat. It's okay. But why would they not give positives? It's okay. I know internal system error hates positives. Why do you hate positives, internal system error? Why? Well, then I challenge you something, internal system error. What negatives do you think this game deserves? That's a real question, by the way. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any. Except maybe one. Maybe one. I just thought of one. But we'll see. That's going to be like, it's like test 17, I want to say. There isn't a toilet in any room? What do you think the acid pit is, Savacom? Dead, as we should be, as we deserve to be. Remember I mentioned lighting? Lighting is how I know to aim everything I just did. Me. Hey, it's me. I mean, this is a physics puzzler, Mag. In fact, I believe technically this is a physics puzzle platformer, to get the full genre out there.
Very impressive. Please note that any appearance of danger is merely a device to enhance your testing experience.
Like I said, this is the floor where I started questioning what the hell was going on. Mostly because of the fact that, you know, she says, hey, you're gonna die, and I'm like, wait, what? And I actually tested it. First time I played this, I jumped into the pit and died. I was like, okay. Then she said that. Oh no, it's totally fake. And I'm like, no it isn't. I frickin' died in there. Yeah, I like to think that that's all toxic waste down there. This is just for you, Maverick. I have no mods on. In fact, I just installed this game today. Now, I have beaten the game many times, even on this save, or so to speak, so... Oh god, Undertale meets Portal. That would be horrifying. You have died 3 times on this test. Exactly, Melkor. I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. I agree. I agree completely.
The Enrichment Center regrets to inform you that this next test is impossible. Make no attempt to solve it.
But, okay. Well, you heard her. Test is impossible. Aw. There's so many dumb things you could do with the physics engine in this game. There we go.
The Enrichment Center apologizes for this clearly broken test chamber. Fantastic. You remained resolute and resourceful in an atmosphere of extreme pessimism.
I mean, I'm not going to get too real here, but I'm pretty used to that, lady. Anyways. No! Ah! I'm being crushed to death. Must get the radio. Okay, fine, whatever. We're not gonna get all the cameras either, though I'm pretty sure I have that achievement. Why would the companion cube try to kill me? It's my friend. And there's nobody in the companion cube. That's horrible and awful and a dumb theory. The literal inspiration for the companion cube was real-life psychological tests on prolonged exposure to isolation. And how people, because of the way the mind works, will start to objectify and talk to things in order to have some kind of companionship. That is where the cubes come from. Yeah, Castaway Wilson. I'm not making that up. That's from the interview.
Momentum.
Notice, so I've talked about the excellent sound design. Notice they go out of their way to have this whole thing, which is whatever, but then they go out of their way to make sure that one word is very well understood in the middle of all that. Momentum.
Spectacular. You appear to understand how a portal affects forward momentum, or to be more precise, how it does not.
I don't know what you're talking about, Don Crow. That's not true. It's okay, Cat. I know. He didn't mean that. It's all right. You apologize to Cat, Don Crow. Why would you say that of me? Why? It's okay. It's okay. One. 2. 3. I love the simplicity of it. They just, it's such a really tiny amount of thing. How many of you ever even noticed the 1, 2, 3 design? Because there's actually quite a few of these levels that have those little markers to indicate this is the intended progression. You don't even have to follow it in all of them. Oops, I screwed that up. Ah. There you go.
Momentum, a function of mass and velocity, is conserved between portals. In layman's terms, speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out.
This is probably the closest the game comes to tutorializing an actual dialogue. Really? No we? Hang on. Oh, whatever. There's music in this game? I mean, it's a Half-Life game, so...
The Enrichment Center promises to always provide a safe testing environment. In dangerous testing environments, the Enrichment Center promises to always provide useful advice. For instance, the floor here will kill you. Try to avoid it.
So, this is a good time to actually point out this stuff. So we've got the, there's a box here. Box can collide with you. Energy pellet into thing. death acid. You should use portals for momentum. You should drop into a portal. You should use portals for momentum. There's something that will shoot you. Don't drink the water, and cake. Hi. It's short enough, I don't think we need to. But I suppose we'll see, won't we? I mean, yeah, but... Why is that not... Oh, duh, I need to do that first. Right. Okay, so let's do this. Do that. Yep, gotta wait, because we don't have the second gun yet. There we go. And we know exactly where to put it, because there's that little indicator. So just wait a moment, because of course we are streaming! Exclamation mark. Also probably enjoying some of the sweets you sent, period. I'm playing Portal right now, comma. Not sure if you've heard of that one, period. Yep. It was a good game right until the big reveal, and then I hated it, and I've never touched the Star Ocean series since because it ruined the entire franchise for me. Hello.
The device has been modified so that it can now manufacture 2 linked portals at once. As part of an optional test protocol, we are pleased to present an amusing fact. The device is now more valuable than the organs and combined incomes of everyone in.
Subject phone call. Here.
So, why did you start with the organs? Is there a reason you started talking about that with the organs? Just wondering. I mean, you say that, Maverick, but have you tried to sell... Don't actually answer that question. This is another play-around point. I actually mentioned this, and this is effectively the end of the intro. You have both portals, do whatever. And even after you successfully succeed at the test, you have a big white room where you can do things like, I don't know, just to name a random example that one of my friends did. Or... I actually know a friend of mine who spent 15 minutes in this room. Just playing around with what they could do with this, and seeing how far they could do it. I should probably go ahead and mention right now that the game this was based off of, Narbacular Drop, actually had a thing where my sister would call me in the middle of my discussion. And in that game, you could actually shoot portals through the other portals, as opposed to just being stuck like this one. What's up, sis? Okay. She says hi to everybody.
Get ready to fling yourself. Fling into space.
Lore Mom has apparently not heard of Portal, so I just had to describe it to her. Oh yeah, there's the numbered things again, by the way. Sorry. No personal calls at work. Listen, all I'm going to say to that, Maverick, is go to hell. I am not working that job anymore. Also, I still did personal calls at that job. So, you know, suck it. There's the Wii. Hell, I used to chat with my sister when I was bored and lonely and, you know, suicidal and I needed somebody to talk to at work. I should probably mention something. So the HUD in this game is obviously astonishingly simplistic. I'm curious, just out of idle curiosity, how many of you even noticed the HUD element of this game? I'll talk about it in just a second. If she's going to say anything... Nope, okay.
You are in control of both portals. This next test could take a very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
You got it, GLaDOS.
Incubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
I do love me some peptic salve. Yeah, so it's the crosshairs. It's probably not super easy to see. If I go like here, you'll probably see it easier. So there's, I guess, 4 things about the HUD that you can see right there. It shows you that, so this is so minor. I know people who've never even noticed this. So the crosshairs light up, blue and yellow, or orange, or whatever that is, if that is a portable substance. If it's not, it's kind of, I know it's hard to see on the white, but it's see-through. If it is something you could put a portal on, it's filled in. Here's the really cool part. You see that dot? I know it's hard to see. That indicates the last portal you shot. This is the thing I imagine most people have never noticed, because it only changes based on the last portal you shot. It's a way to help you keep track of where you put your last portal, on the off chance you forgot. So I now know the last portal I shot was the orange one, so I should shoot the blue one next. And now it's switched to blue, see? It's a quietly brilliant little thing, and it is, again, good HUD design. Oh yeah, sorry, I shouldn't even have to mention this, but look at the gun. We just shot an orange, we just shot a blue. Orange, blue, orange, blue, 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 orange, blue. God, I think I was like 8 or 9 when I first started calling her Mum. So I've been calling her Mum most of my life, Chocolate Rob. So when she became Lore Mum, it was obvious that she would be Lore Mum instead of Lore Mom. Pretty simple.
Certain objects may be vital to your success. Do not destroy testing apparatus.
Oh, it is, comma. But it's a lot of fun, period. I do apparently use a lot of English that's British English, but then again, I also use a lot of American English, so what the hell do I know? I'm going to try something here really quick. This is from Maverick. Got it! Ah! No, we'll do this. One's British and one's American, Giga Pudding. Oh, we all use broken English. Alright, so. Boop. There's the red... so now I can actually show you what I was talking about earlier. You can see the red dot right there, the lighting. Speaking of which, I should jot down the lighting. She prefers mum, but then again, I started doing that, like I said, when I was very young, so... It might be because she prefers it because it's just tradition, and she might like it because she prefers it. I don't know. I'll ask her right now. Hang on. One of my viewers would like to know what you think about being called lore mum? Question mark. As usual, it doesn't know what the word lore is. It always says Laura. There we go. I have asked her the question. Whoops. Okay. Where am I? What am I doing? Okay, so I need to do this. Yeah, Laura Runner, or Laura Run, or Laura Mom, or Laura Mum. So that gets that going. Go with this. This is probably the first obvious puzzle where there's multiple solutions, for there are indeed multiple solutions to this one. I'm actually curious how many of these I'm going to be solving in a way you have... Oh, I actually had that too. In a way that you haven't. Like, people have already commented on that a couple of times. Again, this is very much by design. Oops. There we go. A lot of these are supposed to have multiple solutions. This gets even more so later on. Let's go do this.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
What?
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
There's another good, huh? Moment there. But I'm lore, Linerith. Although lore is neutral, but now that I think about it, even though I know 3 people named lore who are all guys, lore itself is a neutral term. There's me, there's Lore Reloaded, and then there's the guy from Star Trek. Alright, I'm Laura now. Sorry. Do not drink the water.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy demo-leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject.
So I'd like to say that that's funny, but that one's a little bit too close to home. I've heard statements like that before. Yeah, you know what's funny, Kemek? This is the first room I got stuck in. So I want you to do me a favor, if you can, as we're going through this. If you can, name the first place that you got stuck in this game. There's actually only 3 puzzles I really got stuck in. This is one of them. Whoops. How do I get up there? There's no way to do it. Little disorienting, but that's okay. Now, this is definitely my first stuck room. I'm just an idiot. I'm not good at puzzle games. I've never claimed that I'm good at puzzle games. But yeah, I looked at that thing up there. I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to get up there? It's all this material. I can't put a portal on this material. Oh, there it is. Damn you.
Very good. A complimentary victory lift has been activated in the main chamber.
Portal 2 is actually pretty mean, yeah. I might get stuck this time around. I've played Portal 2 several times. And I've gone through the co-op campaign twice. By the way, I don't know if we're going through the co-op campaign, because I kind of have to have another person to do that, you know? GLaDOS will be at least one positive. We'll see if she blossoms out into two.
The Enrichment Center is committed to the well-being of all participants.
Don't drink.
Cake and grief counseling will be available at the conclusion of the test. Thank you for helping us help you help us all.
So this is another one I've got hesitated on for a second. I was just like, wait a second. How do I do this? I can't go over there. There's no way to do it. Oh God. And that. And we're over. This is kind of a fun one. Simpler than it looks, though. So what we need to do is get it in there first. Pause. There we go. Oh. Ta-da!
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Don't worry about it, Eclectic. Don't worry about it.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
This is a fun one. Oh. Sorry, I remember some of these. I still anticipate I'm going to get stuck at least once. There's two parts of the game that I got rather stuck at. Like, actually stuck, not just for like a couple minutes. We're not to the first one yet. I will definitely point it out when we get there because I got really stuck at that point. We'll get there though, hang on. So I need to, oh right, I need to do this first. Okay. About here-ish. I think you're right, Nexus of Concordia. I could be wrong. Not quite. A little more. There we go. There we go. Alright.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
So this is when timing starts to come into it. Have you noticed that? So someone earlier mentioned that Valve has 3 approaches to puzzle design. One of them is timing. This is actually a really common thing. Because what it boils down to is there's a very common psychological thing where if you have a timer, you will think something is more complex than it actually is. There's a lot of ways that a lot of games will add a timer to make you think, oh god, oh god, oh god, as part of the level design. And sometimes it's done badly. But, you know, a good game will use timer as a way to try and make something seem worse than it is. So, for example, this is actually a really simple puzzle. All I have to do is hit this button, go over here, hit this button, and then do this. And we're done. But
Did you know you can donate one or all of your vital organs to the Aperture Science Self-Esteem Fund for Girls? It's true.
yeah, exactly. It's an added stressor. It's now whether that's a good stress or a bad stress, that's up to you. Because, you know, a lot of people respond to stress differently. We had a whole discussion about that pretty recently, actually. In a My Little Pony episode, actually. Something that was a good stressor for one character was a bad stressor for another. So, I tend to like this kind of stress. You know, I like Homeworld, right? But I know people who don't, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's no issue with that. My niece, for example, absolutely can't stand this. She doesn't even like to play classic Mario games because there's a timer, and that stresses her out. A bad stress. Bad stress. Whereas I look at that, that's a good stress. It's like, oh, I gotta make this, you know?
Due to mandatory scheduled maintenance, the appropriate chamber for this testing sequence is currently unavailable. It has been replaced with a live fire course designed for military androids. The Enrichment Center apologizes for the inconvenience and wishes you the best of luck.
So, how many of you, this was the moment at which you realized something was up, when you had that, wait a second moment? I know 2 people personally who this was specifically the level for them, where they were just like, wait, what? Now, once again, I'm going to gush. I'm going to gush so much that I'm going to back up and remember which level I'm on. Okay, so that was 15 we just did. I'm going to give a positive for 15. It's a well-designed introduction to both stressors and the idea that of non-static puzzles. In other words, dynamic puzzles. Puzzles where you have to do something while solving the puzzle, like shooting the thing as you go down into it. Okay, so. So, 16 is probably going to get a +2. I talk so much about how this game is well tutorialized, and Internal System Error thinks I'm wrong. So hang on. Why is Internal System Error wrong? Oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. Anyway, so, turrets. This is brilliantly designed. This glass will not break. Looks like it will, though. Do you see how beautiful this is? So, let's look at this. Let's back up for a second, okay? So, we walk into the level, live fire exercise, door opens. We look out, we see them, we see the red lights. Now, as a gamer, I see those red lights and I'm like, oh my god, that's danger, right? I don't know how many people think that, but that's, you know, speaking as a career video gamer, that spells danger to me. So I hesitate for a moment. I'm like, okay. I kind of sneak my way out, and I see this one. This one's facing away from us. This is the brilliance of this level. We are in zero danger in this room. It would take work to be in danger in this room, but that one notices us easily, and then that one, and then that one. And we can get all 3 of them shooting at us. And yet, because of the fact that we have this glass panel here, we actually are in no danger whatsoever. However, it acts as a stressor. I know multiple people who they were like, all right, so let me emulate here. So what happened is, oh, what's going on here? Oh, God! And then they freaked out and went back to try and avoid the shots that were coming. Because, oh my god, they're going to break through the glass. And in this one room, we know how the the turrets work, how their aiming works, because we see that they don't just hit whatever's in front of them. If you get within a range, in a cone in front of them, they detect you, just like that. And we see that things can interrupt their shots. This is a brilliant tutorial, and level 16 is probably getting another positive, if nothing else for just this room. Forgive me for gushing. This game is so good. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here, take an adorable, cute shark as my apology, because you're going to see a lot of positivity today. Oh yeah, and one other thing about the turrets, which we haven't really interacted with yet. I don't think you can hear her. Yeah, you can't really hear them yet. We're not really supposed to hear them yet, but we will. One moment, I'm writing down some things. Give me just a second. Have I done a rumination on Portal? Can someone look that up, please? I'm writing notes down for a room that may not happen, but whatever. I have. Oh, thank God, I don't have to do a rumination. I'm okay. I'm safe. I'm safe. I can just gush here and not have to worry about it. Thank God. So defeating the turrets are very easy to do. I just did it. All you have to do is knock them over. So, whoop. What's one of the first things we see here? That. A red light going there. Now, because of the brilliance of the design of this room, we know what those red lights mean. We can't see that gun. We don't need to. And I know that sounds like such a minor thing to comment on, but this is exactly, this is literally the Jaws effect in video game design. This is how we know what to avoid and why. We already have context for this. Now it's being applied. We also see the range on these things is ridiculous. Now I'm going to shut up for a second so you can hear the thing.
Resting. Uh-oh.
They freak out a bit when you pick them up.
Deploying. Are you still there? Sleep mode activated. Please put me down. Malfunction. No hard feelings.
The dialogue for the turrets is quietly horrific, and I love it. So, I mentioned the all-important context. Oops. Right, up. Right. The all-important context.
Target lost.
So I actually did that on purpose because I wanted them to hear, wanted you to hear that they actually say something when they're getting shot. Anyways, the all-important context. So I've already talked about how originally this game didn't really have any narrative thread to it. Well, here in level 16 is where that happens for the first time. Now, even, again, playtested to hell and back, even at a glance, you could tell, just coming down this... Here, let me get rid of the portals real quick. Just coming down this portal, just coming down this hallway, something's wrong, because you see a cube lodged in between the panels. We already know how these panels work. We've seen the hydraulics several times. This is obviously something weird and wrong. So we move it out of the way. And there's a little help thing, there's the handprint, and we have our very first rat room. The cake is a lie, cake is a lie, the cake is a lie. Hello, can I help you? Musical cue. So you start to know that something's up. Use the energy pellet. It's funny how important the Ratman is to the overall narrative of these games, mostly two, given that he's not even in either of them. So yeah, this is classic horror. They just give you a tiny snippet of the fact that something's wrong. They don't say what, they don't say how, they don't say why. It's just... By the way, more excellent visual storytelling. Look at the sheer contrast in these textures. Look at how rusted and broken down and weathered and beaten all the back area is compared to the button being in the wrong position. Compared to this. It is another very classical, almost cliched trope. The surface looks pristine, the underside, looks terrible and rotted, but it's still very well implemented, and I still love it. No, I haven't told the story of why the cake thing became a thing yet. So one of the things they wanted to do was they wanted to have... Yeah, ignore the blood on the wall. It's actually my blood, too. One of the things they wanted to do was they wanted to have some kind of core, clear narrative structure. They wanted to have some kind of reward. They wanted to do something. So they wanted to go somewhere with it. What do? There's got to be something. Surely there's something, right? Let's think about this for a minute. And by every report I've read, and this is probably exaggerated, but everyone agrees on this, is that they all sat around in the writing room, around the table, for like 15 minutes just debating until finally someone said, everyone likes cake. I wasn't going to say except me, although it's true. After all, nobody likes cake. Who knows, someday maybe I'll have good cake. I just want to point out that there's some really good decaling with the bullet shots, especially on there. Obviously, you've already seen them on the walls, but that's some really good decaling. Interestingly enough, this is another sign that things are broken. This is also our first things are broken level in general. It's just part of the level. We get that obviously in the you're in a droid fire situation thing. We get it more overtly, but also interestingly with the Ratman thing. And then we get it with that little thing that's like just not working properly. How many things are more terrifying than being in a massive testing facility that isn't working properly? Listen, we here at Aperture Science fire the whole bullet. That is 60% more bullet per bullet. Sorry. Yep. Okay, hang on.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, exactly, oxymoron. Like, it's funny how the horror is almost baked into this. You don't even have to think about it, really. So yes, level 16 doesn't just deserve a gameplay positive, which I've already given. This is going to be our first story positive for a thing. Oh god, Sierra Mike. Ugh. I mean, it's not hard to imagine this. All you have to do is think of your school. Any school you've been to in real life. Now picture that it is as malfunctioning as this test chamber is right here. Or worse, Portal 2, but that's a little bit much. So, that's cute. Just for that, I'm never updating the HUD. Ever, Nexus of Concordia.
Testing apparatus destroyed.
Yeah, malfunctioning, run down, devoid of people. Just picture that. Oh, right.
There you are. Target lost. Hibernating. Help. Well done, Android. The Enrichment Center once again reminds you that Android Hell is a real place where you will be sent at the first sign of defiance.
I should probably jot down a plus for the turrets. So hang on. I'll update the HUD just for you. Just for you.
The vital apparatus vent will deliver a weighted companion cube in 3, 2, 1.
A friend of mine has this plushie.
This weighted companion cube will accompany you through the test chamber. Please take care of it.
Okay. Yes. What's funny is this became a meme just as much as the cake did. And for good reason. This is basically a reverse escort quest, as weird as that may sound.
The symptoms most commonly produced by Enrichment Center testing are superstition, perceiving inanimate objects as alive, and hallucinations. The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube will never threaten to stab you and, in fact, cannot speak.
I was stuck in this room for a little bit. So let's be clear, there's nobody in this cube. I've literally already told you where that cube came from in terms of design. There super is no one in this cube. The whole point is the fact that there's nothing in the cube. That's literally the point of this. I have not chocolate rub, but that's hysterical. But I don't have a heart or any feelings. Yeah. This is one of my favorite little puzzle tidbits right here. Dying to that. That's my favorite puzzle tidbit. Good thing this game has good checkpoints. Which it does. I've already given that positive, actually.
The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube cannot speak.
Hey, what's this?
In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to disregard its advice.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to crouch later when it's more time sensitive, so we're just gonna rebind that to C like it should be. There we go. There we go, that's better. So, not in cruelty, not in wrath. The Reaper came today. An angel visited the stray path and took the cube away. Little wings, halo. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The cube had food and maybe ammo. And I can't read the rest of that. All the faces of the scientists being replaced by little stickies of the cube. Because the cube is totally alive, guys. Wake! Wake! Yeah. That's my personal favorite right there. The true form of the cube. Also, stop watching. Jeez, it's like Ratman slowly went insane as he drank his milk and ate his beans. Weird. She's watching you. Yeah, Ratman's got some issues. He's got an issue or two. Or 3 or 8. Alright, so we got those 2 up. Now we need to do this one. Yeah, Milk and Beans sounds like just a gas production facility, doesn't it? That's a strange concept, Dustbiter. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to murder you for saying that now. Alright, how should I murder Dustbiter? I was thinking I could drop him into magma, but, I mean... I don't know. What do you think? We got a couple concepts. We can do it. I'm cool with whatever. Okay. I could drop a cube on him. Those things are pretty heavy, apparently. That's true. I don't want to accidentally inflict him with the deadly neurotoxin, so instead I'm going to put the deadly neurotoxin into him. Would you like some deadly neurotoxin? Oh, that's a good idea. Okay. Dustbiter, your diet from now on is milk and beans. No, it's heavy because it's made of... Malachor! What the hell, man?
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Did I miss? Or it's not shooting anymore. Got it. I mean, honestly, given how we use cheap crap because we're evil, this company is, like, it would probably be just asbestos and lead. And that's what the cubes are made of. There we go. You know what else has a heart? Snakes! The companion cubes are filled with snakes! Wake up, sheeple! I mean, we could... Do you guys want to do the Morrowind test? We could do it. Because there's a long... It's the same problem Half-Life has. I mentioned possible negatives. It is possible this game will get the Half-Life negative on music.
You did it. The weighted companion cube certainly brought you good luck. However, it cannot accompany you for the rest of the test and, unfortunately, must be euthanized. Please escort your companion cube to the Aperture Science Emergency Intelligence Incinerator.
We could try the Doom test, too. I love the heartbroken thing, by the way. Hello? You gonna open? Open up!
Rest assured that an independent panel of ethicists has absolved the Enrichment Center, Aperture Science employees, and all test subjects of any moral responsibility for the companion cube euthanizing process.
There we go. Don't worry. I would never, ever kill my beloved... goodbye.
You euthanized your faithful companion cube more quickly than any test subject on record. Congratulations.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? It's just a cube! Honestly, I think the lasers... In general, I tend to prefer Portal 2 as an overall game over Portal 1. I'm actually curious if Portal 2 will score higher than Portal 1, because, I mean, it's the Mario World question, right? Mario World scored very high because it was extremely well designed, and that's Portal 1 to a nutshell. I mean, we're at 14 gameplay positives, and I'm less than 2 hours into this game.
experiment is nearing its conclusion.
Yeah, it
The
is.
Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Well, I do love being baked. Wait, that's a drug euphemism. I don't actually like being baked, so never mind. So one negative I've heard people say about Portal 2, which I think is more an absence of a positive, is that most of the puzzle designs have less solutions to them in Portal 2. I don't think I agree with that, personally. Especially since it's actually wrong. There's a lot of solutions for a lot of the puzzles in Portal 2. It's just, they're a lot more restricted to your intended solutions. Yeah, Portal 2 is more focused on set pieces rather than, you know, figure it out as he goes. Like, as I was talking about earlier, I imagine several people watching this have already seen me do solutions that are not the ways that they do these puzzles. By the way, hi, Rex. Whoop! Almost didn't make that. God, I love these little sequences here. Portal 2 also has a level maker, which is absolutely getting a positive, by the way. And the co-op campaign, which might actually get an astonishing 3 positives for co-op. I haven't decided that yet. I'm not sure how I'm going to show it off. So Shadow Machine mentioned he might be able to join me for that later. Based on the schedule, it's very likely that if we do the Portal 2 campaign, co-op campaign, it would be on Saturday. So that's where the availability's at on that. If anybody has the availability on that, feel free to think about that. I know it's a little short notice. I apologize. I might be able to drag packs in for that. We might be able to bounce between people. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I would like to show off the co-op campaign because it's awesome. Oh, PAX is there. Woo! Okay, PAX! Saturday! Let's do it! Wait, where am I? I'm turned around. Where am I at in the puzzle? Right. That's where I'm at. Go and do this. Then we go over here. Then we want to go over here. Gee. Oh, is this the room? This might be the room. Yeah, there's the room. There's the room. Okay, so I mentioned there was one puzzle I got very stuck on for a while. It is this room right here. This is the first time I got actually stuck playing this for the first time. I actually don't remember the solution to this. So, we'll see how this goes. First thing we're going to do is we're going to clear the board a little bit. Kind of deal with some things here. Musical sting, because this is actually the, I believe, yeah, no, this is the final exam one. Oh, sorry, I should jot that down. Speaking of which. Yeah, even on replaythroughs, I usually get stuck in this room because I can never remember the solution. Oh, I see the problem. There we go. Get rid of that one. That's new. That's new. I just really like techno music, y'all. I'm sorry. I just gotta have it. That one, I think. I'm wrong. Not that I'm aware of, Mag. I mean, there's the obvious, you know, take a look around, see what interacts with what. You know, we can see the spots where the orb is. We can see our general goal. We need to get over there. You know, that's our general goal for this one, is get to there. An area coded in non-portal territory. I think the way... I don't know why they work that way, Linear Ruth, but for me, it's always... it's the grooves concept. So let's say I'm going through a level, and I go the wrong way, right? And I'm like, oh, shoot. So when I go through it the second time, what I remember is going the wrong way. So that's what I do, and I'm like, oh, shoot. And the more I do that, the more I remember, and it just kind of digs the groove deeper in the memory. And it takes actual effort to not do that. I have that problem even in games I speedrun. Where, you know, like, alright, let's go do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and oh, whoops. There we go. You gonna seize up on me again? Yeah, exactly, Melkor Blade. Now, as to why it works that way, speaking of which, let's deal with those guys. I think those guys need to go away. So let's get rid of them. And of course, the red dots give us exactly where to aim. Just gonna wait patiently for this one. Not gonna screw around. There's also a weirdly large amount of moving parts in this room. And by moving parts, I mean pieces to it. Boop. Exactly, Ludarith. What are you doing, game? Let's grab a save, just in case we have some issues here. So that gives us the hole, which we need to get it into. Okay, so, I know what to do. We're going to put that there. Put that there. And we're going to wait, because there's going to be some timing. We're going to wait very patiently. We're not going to be impatient and make it worse. We could speed this up, but we're not going to. There we go. Okay, that's on. So now we have that platform moving. We are about halfway through this one. Well, more like 2/3 at this point. You'll also notice that this one puzzle is about 5 times as long as any other puzzle in the game. As I mentioned earlier, this was originally the end of the game, was this puzzle. It is obviously a final exam puzzle. It's to try and make sure that you know. It is exactly what a final exam is supposed to do in any game. It's like, hey, you figured it out, right? So that does that, but that doesn't really do much. So what we need is to look at our glorious self. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, we're done. No. Internal system error. No positives! Ever. Alright, so... Okay. Okay. I was too slow. Give me a second. Hi, Paranoid Android. Notice stuff goes away when they move, by the way. It's actually a game limitation. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Do this. And then we're going to do this. And we're here. That's a lot of my blood over there. Look at all that. Look at all that jam. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? What am I doing? I got the thing. Do I have to do that again? I think I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. Hey, Dr. John Wolfenstein. Love the name. And what's up? As I like to say to anybody, don't be a stranger. You like to chat, you like to talk, you like to tell me how much I suck and I'm the worst streamer ever. That's what I'm here for. I deserve this. It's okay, though, because this game has good checkpointing. Do this. That was some physics, but I'm going to allow that. All right, we're not actually done yet. Like I said, this is pretty large. This is probably my favorite puzzle in the entire game. It's not even a puzzle, it's just fun. I don't have anything else to say about this, I just love doing this. Whee. Whee. Up, up, up. Hang on, wasn't able to orient myself in time. God, I still wasn't able to orient myself in time. Hang on, let's try that again. There we go. I missed. Holy crap. Come on. There we go. Whoa, very disorienting. There it is. There we go. Over. There.
Well
And
done.
we're done.
Be advised that the next test requires exposure to uninsulated electrical parts that may be dangerous under certain conditions. For more information, please attend an Enrichment Center Electrical Safety Seminar.
Yeah, I'm with you. Anybody who's played this on an Xbox, how did this play? That exact puzzle I just did. It's okay, Octo-G. I understand that I'm terrible. Sadness. But I am going to go ahead and give a positive to test 18, I think that was. Pretty sure that was 18. Ow, Rax! How did you do this? How? Why are you so insane? Anyway, sorry. Moving on. Can you imagine if this was the end of the game right here? Because it was. You're a madman, Loopy Cutie. Or a mad woman. Or a mad person. Or a mad shark. Alright. Yep, nope, it was 18. I was right.
Final test. When you are done, you will drop the device in the Equipment Recovery Annex. Enrichment Center regulations require both hands to be empty before any cake.
Don't worry, the cake won't be a lie. I wouldn't worry about it too much. So, how many of you freaked out, even a little bit, at what's about to happen? You don't have to do that at all, you can just do that. I did, I'll admit it. Oh, I think it was 100% Ceph, and I always have. Try Hexia.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Oh, that's bad. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Cake! Cake!
Congratulations. The test is now over. All Aperture technologies remain safely operational up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin. Rest assured that there is absolutely no chance of a dangerous equipment malfunction prior to your victory incandescence. Thank you for participating in this Aperture Science computer-aided enrichment activity. Goodbye.
One of the only moments where music's really noticeable in this particular game. Nope. I've screwed that jump up several times, so forgive me for continuing my trend of terrible. Screwed it up again. At least the music keeps playing, unlike a certain Half-Life 2 I could mention. There we go.
What are you doing? Stop it. We are pleased that you made it through the final challenge where we pretended we were going to murder you. We are very happy for your success. We are throwing a party in honor of your tremendous success. Place the device on the ground and lie on your stomach with your arms at your sides. A party associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party. Make no further attempt to leave the testing area. Assume the party escort submission position or you will miss the party.
Oh, absolutely, Disco. No question. So yeah, welcome to what is arguably the actual beginning of the game, and effectively the halfway point in said game. I love the fact that this wasn't even designed originally. There's just something amusing about that. Oh, there we go. And yeah, complete and utter contrast to the test chambers. And lots of neat little visual storytelling. As there should be. Good evening. So in the original design, I've mentioned this earlier, Bella, the game ended after the test we just did. But a lot of people weren't satisfied with that for various reasons. Narrative context discussion, we're walking. So they added on this other 40 minutes of the game on top of it.
Where are you? I know you're there. I can feel you here. Hello?
Mild amusement, but the implication there is that she actually legitimately cannot tell where we are here. Just kind of a little further confirmation of the idea that she'd been keeping track of us the entire time within the facility. And yeah, this is when doodads really start going to work in this one. Oh yeah, I should probably mention number 19 here. By the way, if you'd like to join in on a little game we're playing, we have a Google spreadsheet where you can pop in, put your username, and then put your guess for what the golden number of this game will be. The person who is closest to that will be able to put $5 of interest towards the game of their choice. If anybody would like to participate, participate, please let me know. And I will get a link to you, and you can do it, and you can be respectful, and it'll be awesome. So far you have been pretty respectful, which again is pretty awesome. We'll do it right there, I think. You'll also notice that even though much of the test chambers have already kind of gotten us used to the ideas of places that we can't put portals, now it's just naturally part of the design of the area. In fact, one of the things that's really cool is the implication that those panels are being clamped on top of that crap. Yeah, this is when the brickwork really starts to go to work and where the narrative really starts to pick up. This is also the first time we actually get to see these offices up close and personal. What is Black Mesa? 2.59% of all DoD contracts. Black Mesa being the yellow, Aperture being the blue. Aperture proposed lots of things. Black Mesa proposed a few. Black Mesa was awarded all of them. Aperture was awarded almost none of them. A case study, Genetic Lifeform and Disk Operating System. Defense Logistics Agency solicits bid for development of fuel system icing inhibitor. Costly, Black Mesa personnel are overpaid, given limited skill set and ambition. Dollars and cents. Competing with Black Mesa. And yeah, they're totally... This is them trying to directly compete with Black Mesa. Yada, yada, yada. The odds of this game being a negative or a zero are almost non-existent quite here. However, to reiterate, 40 and up is a generally good game. 80 and up is a very good game. 100 and up is one of the best games ever made. And 200 and up is just the absolutely ludicrously high quality stuff. By the way, look familiar? Actually one of the earlier testing areas. Yeah, there's a fun thought. How much of Black Mesa's funding was because of certain manipulations by a certain suited, person? Whoop, I screwed that up. Ah, come on. There we go. Nope. There we go.
What are you doing? You haven't escaped, you know. You're not even going the right way. Hello? Is anyone there?
I love that implication, by the way. You're not even going the right way. I know this because I don't know where you are. Go along with the tube here. We see how they get stuff around the base. Definitely not terrifying. Don't know what you're talking about. This is super normal.
Okay, the test is over now. You win. Go back to the recovery annex for your cake. It was a fun test, and we're all impressed at how much you won. The test is over. Come back.
Far Cry New Dawn. Disco Inferno. I love this, by the way, because what I love most about this is we've already seen the front. We've already seen the back. Now we're starting to see the two collide with each other. Once again, the concept of escalation is all over the place in this game. Now we're literally seeing the levels being broken down by us. Consequently, there's not even an elevator here.
Uh-oh, somebody cut the cake. I told them to wait for you, but they cut it anyway. There is still some left if you hurry back.
Honestly, probably the portal gun, Melicor. I mean, that's just kind of crazy to think about. I can totally make that jump. Yeah. Ah, come on, I can make that jump. Ah. Apparently I can't make that jump. Listen, in a place like here, I wouldn't question the smashy things. Because they make perfect sense to Cave Johnson. There we go. That was level 19. I think it's pretty easy to go ahead and just give a positive to that.
You're not even going the right way. Where do you think you're going? Because I don't think you're going where you think you're going.
So where am I going? Great hell. Hey, look, beans. Nom, 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 nom. Bit of power snack in there. More beans. I'm good on beans, thanks. I think? That's not right. No, this is right.
Didn't we have some fun, though? Remember when the platform was sliding into the fire pit and I said goodbye, and you were like, no word. And then I was off. We pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
Those are the best times.
Is anyone there?
I keep stopping to gush about the game, Lord Harriman, which I knew would happen. It's part of why I started the stream early today. No way. Any games that haven't gotten... Yeah, there's a few games that don't get negatives. Although, usually that's more an absence of a negative than a positive thing. If that makes any sense. 7. Not me. Like, I think Celeste didn't get any negatives, for example. And I'm dead. Timed that a little badly. Well, you get to hear this again, so that's nice.
The platform was sliding into the fire pit and I said goodbye, and you were like, no word. And then I was off. We pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
I'm not actually sure what happened there.
Didn't we have some fun, though? Remember when the platform was sliding into the fire pit and I said goodbye, and you were like, no word. And then I was off. We pretended we were going to murder you.
Do you have to call it Moida? Just wondering. There we go.
Is anyone there?
No, apparently. Yeah, she's got to call it Moida for some reason.
You really shouldn't be here. This isn't safe for you. It's not too late for you to turn back. I'm not angry. Just go back to the testing area.
The tests were so... I mean, we lived through every test. clearly, the tests were safe. Listen, Caroline, you don't understand. Definitely not typing up any more positives. I don't know what you're talking about. Good night, Lune Ruth. Have a good one. Have good sleeps. Have good awesomes. Have good smiles.
I feel sorry for you, really, because you're not even in the right place. You should have turned left before.
Oh, okay.
Actually, when you think about it. Someday we'll remember this and laugh, and laugh, and laugh. Oh boy. Well, you may as well come on back.
Well, I did that part right. Yeah, honestly, I don't think we ever have a definitive answer for what the hell? For what's going on with some of these smashy things. What? Oh, okay. Hang on. Ignore that. Ignore that. That was quick load. I actually quick saved right here, and then I quick loaded that, and I'm not sure how it decided that was my quick load, but whatever. Let's just ignore that. Yeah, speedrunning tactics. I'm at the end of the game. There we go.
Well, you may as well come on back.
Hang on. Why is it loading this? Like, it is F5, right? Quick save is F6. That should be F5. Thank you.
I feel sorry.
So I noticed it pause, so I assumed it was saving.
You should have turned
Negative to gameplay. Have to rebind the save button off of F5. So F5.
Well, you may as well come on back.
F5. F9. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh yeah, no, the random goop. So I've always assumed that this place is so inefficient and so terribly designed that they just produce that much toxic waste matter. And that's all it is. It's just toxic runoff. And they just pull it there to use for the testing because this whole facility is for testing after all, so screw it! So you're on Magnag. Probably a lock, Loopy Cutie. I'm gonna have to go test that later, because I've been saving this whole time. That's just the first time I've tried to load. Oh, water and beans. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, apparently the quick save was the real lie. Oh no. actually didn't make it. Holy crap. Not again.
Hello. Hey. I don't blame you.
They even show the thing where they come in at. That's kind of cute. How did Ratman get around? That's a good damn question.
Who are you?
I'm the PC!
I don't hate you.
Oh yeah, and in case you missed it, that's how they get around.
You're not a good person. You know that, right? Good people don't end up here. Can you hear me?
Hey, my fault. Excuse me.
That it missed. Let's aim that a little better. There we go. She's got a point. I mean, we saw how the, and we'll see this tomorrow, we'll see how the testers, the pool of testers kind of diminished in quality later on. A little bit. Hey, there's the save thing now. Hey, what's up?
Please put me down. I used to put me back function. Shutting down.
I think I won't give this game the negative I'd probably give Half-Life. Not only are there relatively smaller portions with no audio, but they usually, or no music, excuse me, but they usually actually do something with the portions that have, you know, no music, as opposed to just being, you know, boring silence. Yep, that's a good point, Shikor.
This is your fault. It didn't have to be like this. I'm not kidding now. Turn back or I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. And all the cake is gone. You don't even care, do you?
I don't like cake.
Last chance.
So, we've actually already gotten a tutorialization for the burning thing with the suit, with the chute and the companion cube. Now we get a tutorialization for the rocket launcher. It's brief, but it gets across the idea. Blue beam, moves around, homes in on you, pauses, stays there, shoots. Both of these are tutorialization for the final boss. So we need to have it right about there. Oh yeah, sorry. Also breaks glass, which is good to tutorialize, because remember, they went out of their way to try and emphasize that the turrets could not break glass. Really? Okay, fine, here. No, here. There you go. That looks like a bug. We're gonna ignore that. We're also going to move that so it doesn't shoot me in the back. But we want to leave that first portal there because we want to do stuff like this. Probably not, Dustbiter. It was certainly at a interesting point in gaming. Oh, I tend to agree, Gingaban. There we go. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what a modern Steam could do. What a modern Valve could do with game design. Would they become something horrible like Actiblizzard? Or would they continue to make awesome quality products? I should mention that I've heard really good things about Half-Life Alyx, aka the real Half-Life 3, so... you know, make of that what you will. Slick and sliding, slipping, gooping. This is kind of gross. Boo-doo-boo-doo. So this is probably the most action-y the entire game gets, with the possible exception of the final boss, is this room right here. I died here a lot back in the day.
Who's there? Search, please put me down malfunction. Target, put me down.
Oh, that's fair, Cubic Skull.
Uh-oh.
They're both equally real in my mind, Cubic. I call it the real Half-Life 3 because they actually made the damn game, unlike, say, the one that he pulled out, which is a write-up of an interesting idea which will never actually be a game. Well, it's funny you asked that, Shadow Machine. Why don't we ask the giant clots of my blood back there? Oh, Valve is 100% aware of their own memes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled a "we're never gonna name a game 3" thing and actually made that codified. Like, they're self-aware enough to do that, or at least they used to be. Excuse me.
There you are.
Bye.
Target protected. No hard feelings.
Well, it's just my programming that I can't help but murder them horribly. Nope, I screwed that up. But I can make that work just by aiming a bit better. Oh, Jesus, it's over there. Almost made it. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make this happen. Yeah. There we go. Hi. Hello. I don't want to be where I am right now. There we go. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. They are so adorable. I love them. Is there a turret plushie? Like, I know there's a GLaDOS plushie, and I know there's the companion cube plushie, but did we ever get a turret one? Like, you'd think we would, right? I mean, there's definitely one on Etsy. Nice place. A little cavernous and horrific, but, you know, nice. Not someplace I'd ever want to be or live in, but, you know. Oh, I love Rust. It's delicious. Okay, I'm sorry. One of the selling points on that thing is that Aperture is not bound by the Government Performance and Results Act, whereas Black Mesa is. Unless it's reversed of that, which makes no sense, but whatever. So anyways, there's the final boss. I'm going to go ahead and give another positive for no reason. Don't mind me. Yeah, this is good no music. I agree with that, Malachor. Listen, Larian, I don't gotta justify no positives. It's not how it works. All I gots to give is the negative positification. Oh, it's very dense. But I don't think I need to give a positive for density. I just give positives for the things that are good. I'm sorry, Warp Core. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation. I hate everything else. I'm just going to write down some things here. Don't mind me. Because we're definitely finishing this game in about 20 minutes. Actually, yes, Bella. Several times. It's just, I joke, I meme, but most people don't actually, the majority of people argue over negatives. There are a very small number of people, but it does happen where people argue over positives. I haven't thought of a single negative to this game yet. We still have the audit to do. But I think I'm up to date on my notes right now. Let me go and update the HUD to kind of reflect reality here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. That's where we're at right now. So we're into the outro. We are officially in the outro right now.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it? Because despite your violent behavior, the only thing you've managed to break so far is my heart. Maybe you could settle for that, and we'll just call it a day. I guess we both know that isn't going to happen. You chose this path. Now I have a surprise for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4... Time out for a second. That wasn't supposed to happen. Do you see that thing that fell out of me? What is that? It's not the surprise. I've never seen it before. Never mind. It's a mystery I'll solve later. By myself. Because you'll be dead. I wouldn't bother with that thing. My guess is that touching it will just make your life even worse, somehow.
What I love about this boss fight...
I don't want to tell you your business, but if it were me, I'd leave that thing alone.
What I love about this final boss fight is this final boss fight is the entire game in one encounter. We start off, there's no threat, no danger, no deadliness whatsoever. We can just sit here and chat, hang out, and you know, until we progress, nothing happens. But as we progress through this, as we keep going, what is going on with that rat on the screen right now? There we go. Let's get some cake going on there. It gets more and more dangerous. The potential for actually dying increases. The fake timer starts to show up. Then the real timer shows up, adding the stressor we talked about earlier. You get it. So anywho, just gonna go over here. Don't mind me.
Do you think I'm trying to trick you with reverse psychology? I mean, seriously now. Where are you taking? You're kidding me. Did you just stuff that aperture science thing, we don't know what it does, into an aperture science emergency intelligence incinerator? That has got to be the dumbest thing that... Whoa. Good news. I figured out what that thing you just incinerated did. It was a morality core they installed after I flooded the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin to make me stop flooding the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin. So get comfortable while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters. Oh, that core may have had some ancillary responsibilities. I can't shut off the turret defenses. Oh well. If you want my advice, you should just lie down in front of a rocket. Trust me, it'll be a lot less painful than the neurotoxin. Alright, keep doing whatever it is you think you're doing. Killing you and giving you good advice. Rocket really is the way to go. That thing you burned up isn't important to me. It's the fluid catalytic cracking unit. It makes shoes for orphans. Nice job breaking it, hero.
Where are we going? Are you
This
useless
isn't
on the
brave.
burning?
It's murder. What did I do? You think you're doing some damage?
2 plus 2 is...
In base 4, I'm fine. I let you survive this long because I was curious about your behavior. Well, you've managed. Fortunately, as much as I'd love to now, I can't get the neurotoxin into your head any faster. I'd just like to point out that you were given every opportunity to succeed. There was even going to be a party for you. A big party that all your friends were invited to. I invited your best friend and companion Kid. Of course, he couldn't come because you murdered him. All your other friends couldn't come either because you don't have any other friends, because of how unlikable you are. It says so right here in your personnel file. Unlikable. Liked by no one. A bitter, unlikable loner whose passing shall not be mourned. Shall not be mourned. That's exactly what it says. Very formal. Very official. It also says you were adopted. So that's funny too. Speaking of curiosity, you're curious about what happens after you die, right? Guess what? I know. You're going to find out firsthand before I finish explaining it though, so I won't bother. Here's a hint. You're gonna want to pack as much living as you can into the next couple of minutes. That thing you burned up isn't important to me. It's the fluid catalytic cracking. Neurotoxin. So deadly. Joking.
I'm kidding.
When I said deadly, I said sarcasm quote. I could take a bath in this stuff, put it on cereal, rub it right into my eyes. Honestly, it's not deadly at all.
To me.
You, on the other hand, are going to find its deadliness a lot less funny. Who's gonna make the cake when I'm gone? You. Look, you're wasting your time.
Damn it.
And believe me, you don't have a whole lot left to waste. What's your point anyway? Survival? Well then, the last thing you want to do is hurt me. I have your brain scanned and permanently backed up in case something terrible happens to you. Which is just about to. Don't believe me?
This is Mr. Red.
That's you. That's how dumb you sound. You've been wrong about every single thing you've ever done, including this thing. You're not smart. You're not a scientist. You're not a doctor. You're not even a full-time employee. Where did your life go so wrong? Are you trying to escape? Things have changed since the last time you left the building. What's going on up there will make you wish you were back in here.
Here's the Half-Life 2 reference.
And even I'm not sure what's going on outside. All I know is I'm the only thing standing between us and them. Well, I was. Unless you have a plan for building some supercomputer parts in a big hurry, this place isn't going to be safe much longer. Good job on that, by the way. Sarcasm saves self-test complete. Stop squirming and die like an adult or I'm going to delete your backup. Stop! Okay, enough. I deleted it. No matter what happens now, you're dead. You're still shocked and a little, but believe me, you're dead. The part of you that could have survived indefinitely is gone. I just struck you from the permanent record. Your entire life has been a mathematical error. A mathematical error I'm about to correct. That thing you burned up isn't important to me. It's the fluid catalytic cracking unit.
Nice job breaking it, hero.
This is brave. It's murder. Or today, if you do. The difference between us is copy.
Thank you for assuming the Putty Aircurd submission position.
I've always mentally assumed that GLaDOS is a VI that is severely limited and hampered. Let me walk that back a bit. It's a VI that has the potential to grow into an AI, but it has so many different things limiting its capacity that it can't. So it doesn't. We'll talk more about that in Portal 2, though. I mean, it looks gross, but, you know, whatever. Now, I don't know if this is copy-wronged. So I hope not.
I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction.
I'm not going to be surprised if this whole video gets flagged for this, though.
Aperture science.
I'm going to risk it.
We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive.
I like this song a lot better than the 1 and 2, by the way. My opinion.
I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces and threw every piece into a pile.
Oblivion, Plutonia.
As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you.
I love the emotes here.
Lines of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of data, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, that chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive.
Well, all the time, Disco.
While you're dying, I'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
I hope that wasn't copy-wronged. So we'll talk about this more in Portal 2, Lune Ruth. But ironically, the purpose of all that testing and all that labs is to test. That's it. That's the goal. That's what they were after, was just to test, which is just kind of horrifying to think about. I don't like that song. The song that's currently playing. Shut up! Shut up! Oh my god, silence! Oh, there we go. Yeah, there was actually originally a point, and over decades it got worse and worse and worse, until they just kind of kept testing without any purpose behind the testing. Like I said, we will cover this in Portal 2, because it's really discussed in that one. I mean, kinda Sierra Mike, but we'll get there, we'll get there. I know, I hate it, Kemek, and I want to kill whoever made it, and then throw them into the cube, and lock them in it, and put a little heart on it, and give it to someone, and tell them there's no one in it, it's okay, and toss it into a fire. It'll be fine. Alright. Did GLaDOS really kill anyone? Good question. How did Chell survive? Luck as well as determination. And outside help, more than once. Yeah, Cave Johnson's awesome. He is J.K. Simmons, by himself, is going to get a positive. Oh, because, so... what they do is they keep people in stasis for testing. Then they break them out of stasis, and then they test on them until they die. Then they break someone out of stasis, then they test on them in the stasis until they die. So the reason that we weren't killed with everyone else is because they only kill one person at a time. They pull out one test subject, and they pull out another one. It's a factory. It's this assembly line. For the game, Chocolate Rob. He does a really good job as Cave Johnson. I'm kind of glad they got rid of the extra dialogue, because that is a little bit... but, yeah. Yeah, you remember the pod at the very beginning? You don't? Well, no problem. It's this thing that we're getting out of right here. That. See? Stasis pod. Boop. Hang on, hang on. We're not quite to the audit yet. Let me finish a few thoughts on the outro here. Here, have some music. What's up here? That's gonna be 257. Now that is that was me stopping every now and again too. You can absolutely posit positives, but the adverts do not get positives. Unless they're in the game, of course. Are they clones or people kidnapped? We'll talk more about that in Portal 2, because we get to know some of the test subjects, kind of, in Portal 2. Who are the people she killed with the neurotoxin? The people who worked here. Most people don't work here anymore, except for Ratman, of course. He works here. If you could call it that. Well, that's a good question, Internal System Error. One of the only things I don't like about Portal 2, and I'm not sure I'm going to give it a negative, here's the sheet, is, let's see, let me look up the exact number, because I don't want to misappropriate it, but, There it is. Portal 2 occur... Oh, where is it? It's not going to tell me, is it? Portal 2 apparently happens just a stupid amount of time after these events, which is irritating to me. Oh, god dang it. I'm trying to find the exact number. So the thing is, let's go ahead and start out with this. We don't know the exact number of how late Portal 2 is. Not because, you know, they're whatever. It's because they haven't said. It's because there's a few, shall we say, vague intermissions and in implications of how much longer it happens later. But they've never actually sat down and said it's 365.26 years later. But... yeah, here it is. During the span of time between Portal 2 and Portal 2 is not entirely clear, and then here's some evidence. However, here's the big one. There is an interactive book chronicling the development of Portal 2 written by Jeff Keighley, who has done other things like this. He said, either seriously or not, that Portal 2 occurs in the year 52,000 AD. Bullcrap. But that is not mentioned in the game itself, so I'm probably not going to give the game a negative for it. But if that's actually true, that's extremely dumb. Yeah, to give a bit of perspective, the entire setting of Warhammer 40k would have developed and then happened prior to Portal 2 coming to pass. Even the Old Republic barely hits that, and the Old Republic has stupid levels of timeline in it. But no, I'm pretty sure that's not serious. I don't know, though. I don't actually know exactly. Because they don't say, because who freaking knows? Alright, so. Yeah, no, is there a decomposition rate for concrete? Is it less than 50,000 years? Because that might, help us out a little bit there. I mean, I know the place is fallen apart by Portal 2, but... That's a good question, Bella. Ask me again tomorrow. Really? Internal system error. There you go. It's definitely 50,000 years later. So we'll actually talk about that in Portal 2. I don't want to get into the timeline discussion right now. I feel that we should shove that to tomorrow's stream. Do remind me, though, because I do have something to say about that, because there is relevant narrative stuff. I don't know if you've noticed, but these are sort of lore runs, because I know the Portal games pretty well. Pseudo-lore runs, if you will. But anyways. Yeah, not a lore gush run. Not the first one we've done, and not the last. Let's do the audit. But before we do the audit, this is where we're at with pluses and minuses at the moment. Ooh. That's a good point, Jesse Ward. I don't know if this one will qualify. I guess we'll find out in a moment, won't we? Whoop. Okay, Portal. Might as well add Portal 2 while I'm here. That's gonna go after Pokemon. Don't worry, we'll get there, Zach Taft. Or die trying. I hope I don't die trying. I'd like to play Halo Wars, too. And a lot of other games, too. Admittedly. I got so many games left to play, I can't die. I don't have time to bleed. I'm playing Pokemon later. You know, it feels like, Chemic, you're not listening to me, which is fascinating to me. It makes me wonder, why do I even bother? If Chemic's not going to listen to me, why am I even doing this, you know? Is there even a point? I think that more games should do that, Shikor. Death to history! Interesting, Shadow Machine. So what you're saying is 50,000 years later, everything would be working basically just fine. That makes sense. I'm with it. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Oculus. You actually asked this yesterday, didn't you? Yes, this is one of my variance mixes of a Morrowind song. And I also have some variance mixes of some Oblivion songs, and 3 chordances of a Guild Wars 1 song and 2 World of Warcraft songs on this playlist. Characters, here we go. Well, damn it, Oculus, when did you ask that question? Now I gotta kill Oculus. Oh my god, it just... Here, listen, I want you to look at how adorable he is. Just look. Look at the adorableness! Well, that's because I wasn't going to actually You really aren't listening to me, Chemic. My god. So tomorrow, during the Portal 2 stream, we will talk about the timeline issue. Please remind me to talk about it. I feel like I just said that. I don't know. It's possible I didn't. I swear you've said that sometime recently. Yes, we'll still be playing Chell in Portal 2. Same character. I don't know what to put horror under. I guess that's themes, actually. Let's put that there. Because it's humorous and it's horrifying. That feels like thematic to me. No, it's okay, Kevik. I mean, it hurts a little, but I'm not going to lie to you, but it's okay. I understand that people pop in and out of stream, and not everyone pays attention to everything I say, and yada yada. By the way, this is your last chance to guess what you think the golden number is going to be. So go guess. Unless you haven't guessed, in which case, die. Don't die. Don't kill, and don't be killed. Okay, so that's a level, so that's a mission. Over here, mission mandatory. Don't say it in chat. I'm not keeping track of chat. Go to the spreadsheet. Anybody saying it in chat is wasting their time, because I'm not even looking at that. I mean, I was pissed off too when Jeff Keighley mentioned the 50,000 year thing, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? 50,000 years? Bull friggity crap. Okay, so we've got that, which is brickwork, which goes over here under. Where's brickwork go? Oh, right. Yeah, how long ago was 50? What were we doing 50,000 years ago? What was the year 48,000 BC like? I know that's not the best way to put that, but I mean, I really want you to think about the year 48,000 BC. Yeah, were we human at that point? Or were we Neanderthals at that point? Like, that was a long frickin' time ago. That was a really, really fricking long time ago. And outro. Okay. We got that. What the hell's writing? Is that newfangled technology? We don't like that kind around here. Man, I don't frickin' know what we evolved from. Pigs? Did we evolve from pigs? We evolved from pigs, didn't we? Just tell me. It's okay. I can take it. I can take it. It was! It was the pigs! I knew it! That's why cops are pigs, see? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We evolved from octopi! It makes so much sense! Visual distinction. Oh my god, the spider pig! That's even worse. That's even worse. Yeah, nowadays it's the man-bear pig. Back then, they couldn't even dream of man-bear pig. That was even better. By the way, if anybody can think about positives or negatives, this is a good time to be thinking about it. I know we're just kind of chilling right now while I update the spreadsheet. Damn it, frickin' dolphins. I hate dolphins. I just want to... We know what you did to oh god. I can't think of the place that was nuked in Japan all of a sudden. We know what you did, though. We will never forgive the dolphins. Nagasaki, that's what I was trying to say. I was close. Okay. Frickin' dolphins. Yes, this music is from Portal 1. Alright, let's go through the actual sheet. Story axis first. Animation doesn't apply. Unless you're counting GLaDOS, and I don't think that's enough for a separate positive. Atmosphere and tone. Did I not give a plus or negative for atmosphere or tone? No, I didn't. Dude, yeah, no. Plus to atmosphere. I will freely admit, so this is not actually a derogatory towards the game. Really, it isn't. But I can tell you exactly what I thought when I first beat this game. That's it? Now, not in a bad way, really. More of a, but that was awesome kind of way. You know what I did as soon as I finished this game and realized that I had just beaten the game? I restarted and played it again. You know, what's funny is I can think of another game that did that. It had that exact same reaction for me. And it's also a game I consider to be an excellent game. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, which is a very short game, maybe 3 to 4 hours. And yeah, as soon as I beat that game, started it right back over again. Went right back into it. No Babylon 5 effect, no background lore, no banter, no branching narrative, no camera work to speak of, characters we already talked about, no cinematics to speak of, no consequent storytelling, no cutscene incompetence. Dialogue. I think we could swing a positive for dialogue. Doodads. Ironically, yeah. Even everything I said earlier. So hang on. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Where's the game? There we go. Hey, I found the game. So this is the end game / post game. These are mutators, harder versions of the maps we've already done. They are much harder to do and require more advanced thinking and kind of going outside the bounds of what the main game did. If you've ever played the Master Quest for Ocarina of Time, you have a pretty good idea of what these are about. Come on. Come on. And you see what I mean by mutators, because the core structure of the level hasn't changed, but the specifics have. Like, just getting this to there is now a slightly different thing to do. And we're dead. As usual, good checkpointing. Yeah. Jesus. That's because it wasn't Melkor Blade. Anybody who was around when the orange box was announced remembers that this was being tossed as like an extra little fun add-on on top of the real meat, which was Episode 2 and Team Fortress 2. There we go. I'm afraid you're doing all the crack, Dr. Papa Penguin. I'm going to have to ask you to stop crack doing. So, puzzle's not solved. You know why? Because we haven't hit that switch over there. Yeah. Anyways, so that's that. There's a few of these. They're pretty mean. Like, they're really mean. They're mean enough that it's actually possible to permanently lock yourself out of solutions, among other things. Force you to think about things in slightly different manners. I went the wrong way on that one. I want to go this way. Nope, nope. Okay, hang on. It's not a New Game Plus. It's more like this is just kind of hard mode stuff. This is post game. This is, in fact, I think you can't even unlock this stuff until you've already beaten the game once. Yep. Hang on. So you got to actually do this and then that, and then we're over. The question is this meaty enough for a positive? Discuss. Oh, no question, Jordan. No question. I hope he never sells, but he will someday. Because if nothing else, he will eventually reach the point of retirement where he doesn't care anymore. Same thing that happened to Lucas. Lucas reached the point of not care. That's really... I mean, there's a lot of reasons. I don't want to simplify, but I'd say that's the biggest reason why he finally sold Star Wars. His baby. Okay. Wait, what? This is not portable? Really? Okay, that's different. And we're dead. Ah, whatever. There's also the developer commentary. Yeah, there's also a time trial thing, which I forget how to even turn that on. Is this it? No. Challenge maps? No. I don't remember how to do it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, get rid of this, get rid of this. I know there's a way to do it. I think the dev commentary deserves a positive. Ironically, that would be on gameplay axis, for the same reason that the Discovery Tour mode is. But I absolutely think that just the dev commentary deserves a positive. There is so much good stuff in there. Oh, okay, that would explain it. Hey, we died. Yay. 6 minutes, exactly, Trihexia. I will freely admit that I started learning a little bit about game design from the developer commentary of games like this. Because some of you have probably seen developer commentaries that are crap before, where it's just people sitting and laughing and making jokes, and okay, that's cute, but it's not informative. I want to know, why is that thing there? Why is that light here? How did you accomplish this effect? I want the developer commentary. Just my opinion. Developer commentaries like this kind of helped me to start learning about specific aspects of how game design works. And it's something I've always, been refining, because I'm still wrong about stuff. But you get my point. Like, it really got me started. Well, thank you very, very much, OctoG. You absolutely did it right. I am very much appreciative. Thank you. I will put that towards Saints Row 4 once I figure out how to do that talking thing. Done. Yeah, exactly, Rax. It's just, you learn so much. Yeah, because how and why. I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Papa Penguin. Is Dr. Papa Penguin insane? Is he the Rat Man? Oh my god, that would explain so much. I'm so sorry, Dr. Papa Penguin. Don't worry, we're here for you. The cake was a lie, and you killed the companion cube. That was, oh god, I was just looking at that. I can't remember what it was called. The Final Hours of. That's what it's called. There's the Final Hours of Portal, there's the Final Hours of Portal 2, the Final Hours of Half-Life, and the Final Hours of Half-Life 2. You can buy it for $2, and it's basically a book, which just has a stupid amount of behind-the-scenes information on these games. Highly recommend it, if you've never seen or read or gone through that. Anyways, okay, so back to the thing. So where the hell were we? Alright, post-game. Right, so that doesn't do anything to the story. Moving on. External continuity. No. We're not there yet. Fake drama. No. Foreshadowing. No. Humor. Yes. Integration. No. Internal continuity. No, not yet. Intro. Yes. I know that sounds weird to give a plus to the intro to this game from a narrative perspective, but I want you to remember what I pointed out for like 5 minutes about the very, very first room of this game. I believe so, Oxymoron, yeah. Jeff Keighley. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. What can I change to Portal 1? The first thing I do is I had a boss fight with a giant mecha that rushes through and smashes everything, and then pulls out these giant... Well, hang on. It's the most generic thing I can think of. Hang on. It's a big burly dude, and he's got a big gun, he's got sunglasses on, and he doesn't say anything, of course, and he just shows him, he's like, oh, what's up? And he just starts shooting you. And then you die. But then it turns out that we were actually playing someone playing Portal 1, because meta is really in these days. And then we had some loot boxes. And some predatory practices, all 3 of them. All 3 tiers. Lol, Sierra Mike. Yeah, we gotta get Nolan North to voice him, even though he says no lines. There's gotta be NFTs. Companion cube skins. I mean, Valve does sell hats, unironically, so... people pay way too much money for those hats. I'm sorry. No offense to any of that, but... scroll forward a little bit. Is there a specific moment in this game that you think by itself deserves a positive? Battle Royale for Portal. Solve the puzzle. Whoever solves it first, everyone else dies. Actually, there's already a game like that. It's called Fall Guys. It's just terrible. Yeah, ironically, I don't think there's a lot of really awesome moments in this game. Not like there is in Portal 2. There's good levels, there's good sequences, but I don't think there's like a specific moment that's just, yeah, or, oh, or whatever, right? I think I'm going to go with no on that one. Outro we already covered. Doesn't really apply, doesn't apply, doesn't apply. I mean, what's the plot of this game? I was thinking the fire pit, but I already gave that level a positive. Yeah, exactly, Sierra Mike. That's a moment. That's a great... Thank you for saying it that way, by the way, Sierra Mike. That's a moment right there. Continuity, storytelling, voice acting. I think that's it for the narrative axis. So that leaves us with a net score and also a gross score of plus 14 to story. Let's hit the gameplay side of things. AI design doesn't apply. There's no branching quests. Animations are barely existent. There's no audio spam? Question mark. There's no auto battle. There's no leveling. There's no backtracking. There's no bestiary. There's only one boss. No bugs, really. No builds. No built-in cheats. That's a good point, actually, Loner. Yeah, I hesitated on that one, Sierra Mike, because I think it just has the source engine cheats. I'm not sure that qualifies. As weird as that may sound. In fact, when it comes to game design, I don't think that qualifies at all. When it comes to reviewing a game, there's a difference between, you know, going through and activating the console in order to activate the cheats and having a Skyrim console commands or whatever, or having a cheat menu or whatever. I don't know. We can debate that in just a second. I'm going to give a negative to gameplay. Dun 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 dun. It's a negative for the radio. The radio is, for all intents and purposes, audio spam. It is. I thought about it for a while, but then I mean, the core thing is, does it detract from my enjoyment of the game? And the answer is absolutely yes. I legitimately don't like just hearing that stupid thing. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then you get to the next level. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, and it's just, it doesn't matter if it's a good song, the fact that it's just so irritating, and in many cases, either difficult or impossible to get rid of it, is a negative. Negative to gameplay. I did it! I gave a negative to Portal. Alright, now that's done. But yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. It just grates on you after a while. And yeah, you can actually mod it out on PC. Built-in cheats. This is a tough one, actually. So not density, I guess quantity of concrete affects it because it breaks down gradually, right, from the outside in, Glop. Still, I'm thinking it's not going to last 50 grand years, but that's just me. Yeah, I think I'm going to say no on cheats in here because we have to add in a command line to running the game to activate the console in order to be able to access the cheats. And the cheats, I mean, it doesn't even matter what the cheats are. That by itself pulls that away from a positive territory for me right there. So that's a no. I'm glad that it's there. It's nice to have that kind of scripting, but I don't think that qualifies for what the point of the built-in cheats positive is. So we're gonna call that one a no. Negative tick. No, I'm just joking. There's no camera to speak of. There's no choices. There's no co-op yet. Controls are a wash. There's nothing really fancy, good, or bad about them. There's no core combat. The core mechanics are awesome. Already gave 2 positive. No cosmetics, no crashes, no difficulty curve to speak of. Right? Wrong! We're going to give at least 1 positive to difficulty curve. For the reasons I kept gushing about as we kept going through the puzzles. The escalation. It's staircase. It does the staircase thing, and I love it. So yes, good difficulty curve, absolutely. Difficulty options, non-existent. Durability, early game, mid-game, late game. No. Encounter rate doesn't apply, encounters doesn't apply. In enemy variety, this game gets a negative for enemy variety. There's only 2 enemies in the entire game. I'm joking. Endgame, post-game. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's where the post-game stuff goes in. That's awesome. Actually, if we're going to do that for that. Fast travel doesn't apply. Graphics? I could feel a graphics positive. Just generally decent graphics on the gameplay axis, right? Thoughts? Yeah, it's well designed, it's well executed, and it holds up surprisingly well to this day. I'm thinking, yeah. That's usually under pacing and padding, internal system error. Color difference is usually visual distinction, allowing us to see what we're looking at and distinguish at a glance. Yeah, I'm thinking only a single positive, because there are games that are much prettier than this, both older and newer, that do a lot more with graphics. But I think the game holds up pretty well visually, so I'm with it. Grind. Oh, it's just the grindiest game I've ever played. Guidance and full of exploration already did that. There's no hub, there's no town, there's no HUD, really. Info in game, not really. Integration, not really. Interface, doesn't exist. Intro. I don't know about Mirror's Edge, because I haven't actually played Mirror's Edge. Anybody here played Mirror's Edge? Itemization doesn't exist. Kit doesn't really apply. There's no microtransactions. We gave plenty of levels things. There's no level scaling. Lighting as a function of game design, where to give a plus for. There's no that. I have not actually played Mirror's Edge, no. Not on purpose, just never got around to it. No log, no map, lots of mission checkpointing, minimap, missions, mission, mod support. Music, new game plus, options, outro, overworld, padding, power progression path. I thought you hadn't played it yet, Rex. Or is it you haven't played it in VR yet, in which case, never mind. Ah, here's a big one. This is a really big one. Replayability. Now, this game is 100% getting 1 positive for that. And I've already told you why. Because the first thing I did when I first beat this game, like frickin' 15 years ago, whatever it was, it's 12 years ago, was I immediately played it again. It absolutely gets a replay positive. Duh. Now, Linkelda gets a replayability positive, too. Linkelda's awesome. Thank you, Linkelda. Always appreciate if you give me a moment. I will jot that down for Jack 3. So, here's the thing. As you all know, or maybe none of you know this, I'm a lot harsher when it comes to the second and third positives for replayability. Because while there are different ways to solve several of the puzzles, and there is the post-game stuff, I already gave the post-game stuff its own positive. So, for a second positive to gameplay, there has to be something in the game inherent to make the game replayable. Something that changes it around, something that alters it, or something that makes it different, right? Something that encourages within the game replayable, like a roguelite, or some of the really good Mega Man. Like, I think only 2 Mega Man games we gave that positive for. A Hat in Time. Let's see here. A Hat in Time. A Hat in Time got the Replay Plus. I'm seeing it right there. So yeah, I'm thinking just one positive for replayability, but the game is absolutely replayable. There's definitely an enjoyment to replaying this game. Yes. Oh. So, no real railroading, no Raspberry Jam. I mean, there is, but it doesn't matter. So we're going to give that a pass. No respec, no save system. Actually, I'm going to give a positive to the save system because it's the Half-Life save system, which is a good save system. Good autosaves, good quick save, good quick load, good manual saves, plus to saves. No, it's a good thing to bring up, Disco, because I'm not always sure. That's why I double-checked. Always got to double-check. Except when save is bound to the wrong key. Plus to sound design, there's no strategic layer, there's no terrain design, there's no trash design, there's no traversal design. This is one of the best tutorialized game ever. We did give the mid-mission checkpoint positive. It's somewhere. I better be on there. Yep, right there. Number 10. Variety of units doesn't apply here. No unskippable cutscenes. Visual continuity doesn't matter, but there is good visual distinction. No walkthroughitis, no Yoshi drums. Yeah, I need to check my screenshots. Hang on. Let's see how many we took, because it's gonna be a lot. I was hitting F5 a lot. Anytime I play a Half-Life game, I'm just hitting F5 almost as a habit. Just boop, boop, boop. Let's see here. Browse local files. Where are we at with these? Where does it keep them? Oh, never mind. It's right here. Screenshots. There's only like 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, nope. That's closer to... Looks like that's 47. Let's delete all of those. You can kind of see the progression through the levels there. Like a slideshow. Anyways... Yeah, exactly. Work quick. Turn a corner, quick save. Unless anybody else doesn't have anything else to add, that leaves us with a plus 25 to gameplay. Let's see who guessed the number right. I see a bunch of guesses. I see a lot of guesses over 100. Very few people guessed under 100. My goodness. Let's see what we got. Let me plug in my numbers. Give me a moment. So this is 14 and 25 to start with. 14... and 25. Jesus Christ. Mega Man X7 got negative 49 to gameplay. That's so terrible. That is so terrible. I'm sorry. I just saw that and I was like, Jesus Christ. Do you know how hard that takes to do that? Actually, yes. That's usually under convenience features or quality of life features, Venetia Silver. Why do you ask? Because now's the time to mention it. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, time. Well, math. 9.5. 2.95. Yeah, you gotta work at it to get that low. That's not easy. Could you track the portals without color coding? I mean, it's always going to be the left-right thing, but hang on a second. Give me a minute. There we go. Okay, so here's the game without color. So, I mean, that is left, and that is right, but I see what you mean about the swirling. But if that's over there, I'm not sure that's really tellable. So I'm going to go with no. That's not super distinct for somebody who cannot tell the difference between blue and amber. By the way, the reason they picked blue and amber... By the way, so I'm sorry, I should have talked about that. Some people argue that the thing that kicked off the blue and amber era of gaming was this game. I disagree with that completely because movies actually started that well before this. But it is interesting to note that they specifically go out of the way to make these diametrically opposite colors on purpose, so it's really easy to distinguish them. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to give 3 gameplay negatives. Sorry, Portal. Negative to everything. Alright, let's finish figuring out the rest of these here. 300, yes, 300! God, that's some density. That's 13.22 positives per hour. Please think about that for a second. That's the density of this game. Oop, no. There we go. Yeah, every 5 minutes another positive popped up. And you know what? I stand by that. That's taking out the time I spent to talk, by the way. Because I keep track of that sort of thing. Drum roll, please. I think the length works to its advantage, but considering I prefer Portal 2 over this game, which is like 4 times the length, I'd say the game could have been longer. I'm not aware of the fact that this has field of view options, Venetia. Hey, let's check this out. Are there field of view? I don't think there are. You can turn off motion blur. That's it. What do we got here? There is a color correction, which is on, apparently. Yeah, oh, there's field of view right there. There you go. 75 to, looks like 90 are the options. Yeah, you're right, I need to make a drum roll emo. Venetia's just trying to drag this out a bit. Speaking of which, drum roll. So who was closest? I don't even see Takoida today. Like, I legitimately did not know Takoida was here for this stream. But Takoida wins. Takoida guessed 147. It was 145.23. Damn. I'd like to say I'm surprised by that, but I am absolutely not surprised by that. Portal is a really, really good game. It absolutely deserves to be 100 plus. I don't think it's 200 plus. If it was 200 plus, I would have honestly probably tried to recheck the figures and figure out what's wrong, because I don't think this is a 200 plus game. But it is absolutely a 100 plus game. I'll have to bug Dakota on Discord. I think he's asleep at this point. Yeah, I was thinking it was you at first, Cyrek, because I noticed you had the 148 there. And then I saw Dakota's 147. And I don't think anybody guessed a 142? Or 143, which would have been closer. There's a couple of 140s. But nobody got closer. Oh yeah, by the way, Portal 1 and 2 are on sale for about $3 right now. Seriously, go buy it. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been awesome going through this. I could probably start Portal 2, but if it's okay with you, I'm going to take a little bit of time to not stream. Tomorrow, I guess we're not doing D&D tonight? I found out about that in the middle of that. Honestly, so you can quote me on this. You can quote me on this. I think Portal 2 will be a 200 plus game. It might not be. We'll see. I haven't played it in a bit. But yeah, I think Portal 2 has the capacity to get to be a 200 plus game. I'll pop in a minute here, Rax, after I'm done cutting up. I hope you've enjoyed this run. I really do. This has been fantastic to discuss and gush about. I love this game. This has been awesome. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're playing Portal 2. And I'm really looking forward to that. And we might even be doing the co-op campaign Saturday, either with Rax or Shadow Machine or PAX. We'll figure it out. Either way, see you there.